The Protector Chapter 501. Getting out of her car, Zoe yelled furiously, "I'm not the one to blame here. You guys were the ones who were going in the opposite direction. How is that my fault?" She was not the slightest bit afraid of them, as she was certain that she was in the right. After all, they had been driving in the opposite direction first. A fact that could be proven easily, since this entire stretch of road had multiple surveillance cameras. Changwook sneered and replied, "Het. I come from Korea, so I'm not familiar with the traffic laws in your country. All I know is that you've rammed into Mr. Park's car, a Ferrari that costs more than 40 million. Look how badly damaged it is. We expect you to take full responsibility for this. You." Zoe was so mad that she could have screamed. She had never met such a shameless person in her many years of life. "You come from Korea, so you don't know our traffic laws? What kind of logic is that? How could you talk in such a manner to such a beautiful woman?" A powerful voice rang out before Park Hajin appeared. Changwook moved aside quickly, to allow his boss a clear path towards Zoe. Hajin swept a lecherous gaze across the woman's body, desire and possessiveness gleaming in his eyes. "I have long heard about how Northampton is a city filled with all kinds of pretty women. Seems like the rumors are true. You're a gorgeous woman indeed." Hajin praised with a smile. Zoe raised an eyebrow at him before asking coldly, "Were you the one driving just now?" "Yet. What's wrong? Why didn't you obey the traffic laws? You're just lucky that nothing serious had happened this time and that nobody was injured. Would you have been willing to bear responsibility if anything happened?" Her chest was heaving with the fury that was currently coursing through her body. Hajin chuckled and replied arrogantly, "You probably don't know this, but I've been in Arudaya for a very long time now. I have never once bothered myself with traffic laws. The only laws I obey are my own. Is it so wrong for me to want to go a little faster when it's so congested on the roads? My business deals are worth billions, or even tens of billions. Every second that I waste is a major loss of profits. Who will reimburse me for that? Besides, all those pesky rules and regulations are created for poor people. Why should I, a person who drives a car worth more than 40 million, obey them?" Hearing him spout such nonsense made her itch, wanting to slap some sense into him. Firstly, it doesn't matter where you come from. As long as you're here in Arudaya, you'll have to follow the rules. Secondly, everyone is equal here in this country. It doesn't matter if you're royalty or a commoner, the punishments are the same. Violating the law is violating the law. Nobody cares how much your car is worth. She tried to reason with him while staring him down, straight in the eyes. Her strong personality surprised Hajin as well, as he soon felt his intrigue grow. "Feisty and pretty. How rare." Scoffing, he responded in a haughty tone, "I don't care. I've always done things my way, following my own rules and no one else's. You've damaged my car, so you'll have to pay me back for it. How about this? I'm feeling a little generous today. All you need to do is pay me back 40 million, nothing more." Zoe was immediately astounded, as she had grown spitting mad at the audacity of the man. The nerve of this man. This collision happened because of him, yet he dares to ask me for compensation? And 40 million as well. Are you crazy? I'm going to call the police. She took her phone out and was just about to do that when a dozen men in black clothing surrounded her. One of them snatched her phone from her hands before she could stop him. "Hey! Give me back my phone," she yelled. The crowd that had formed at the first sign of a traffic accident stirred slightly, but the presence of the burly men deterred them from actually doing anything to help. Hajin toyed with Zoe's phone, a smirk curling upon his lips. Pay up if you want your phone back. As if I would actually pay you 40 million. Dream on. She would rather die than pay him any money. Her response had his smirk widening, as he started to take on a perverted edge. He took 2 steps forward so he was closer to her. You don't want to pay me? Fine. Sleep with me for a week and you won't need to give me anything else. That's 7 million a night. Quite profitable, wouldn't you agree? I'm pretty sure that there's nothing else you can do that will earn you that much in a single night. He, the rest of his men sniggered and leered at her. The Protector Chapter 502. Hajin was already being pretty polite and respectful by giving Zoe a choice. Previously, he would not have wasted so much time and effort on any woman that had caught his interest. He would have simply dragged the woman away, without a care for her protests. Of course, this was most likely because she truly was a beautiful woman. You'll have to compensate me one way or the other. The choice is yours to make. You have 1 minute. Zoe was starting to panic at her current predicament. She was alone and she could not even use her phone to call for help. The serious expressions on the aggressive-looking men's faces told her that they were not playing around. What's going on here? Just then, a familiar and welcomed voice rang out. Levi. She spun around and threw herself into his arms, crying out, Darling, they're bullying me. Tears pricked at the corner of her eyes as frustration and helplessness threatened to overwhelm her. She had seen her fair share of unreasonable people, yet, this was the first time she had ever met someone so outrageous. Thankfully, Levi had arranged for some people to keep an eye on his wife, from afar. Those men had instantly informed him when they had received the first signs of trouble, whereupon he instantly told Iris to turn around and head back. Iris was notorious for her short temper, which had come into play now. You were driving in the wrong direction. Why should we have to pay you back? Shouldn't it be the other way around? That's right. That man really was driving against the flow of traffic. I saw it with my own eyes. That Ferrari driver is the one who's at fault here. He did not obey the traffic laws. Finally getting an opportunity to speak, the crowd began to point their fingers at Hajin as they spoke up against the injustice happening. You felt that the road was too narrow to show off your shitty car, so you had to drive over into the opposite lane, is that it? Levi sniped in a cold tone. I don't care. I'm from Kyria, the traffic laws in your country don't apply to me. Besides, I'll do what I want. She collided with my car, so she'll either have to cough up 40 million or she can choose to spend a week with me. Hajin insisted cockily. He had always done as he had pleased in South City and nobody had dared to do anything to stop him. As long as nothing incredibly serious happened, everyone would typically turn a blind eye to what he had done. Here in Northampton, he thought that he could do the same. What? So what if he's a foreigner? That doesn't give him the right to be so impudent. It's not like that makes him smarter than us either. You're in Arudaya now, not your own country. Either obey our laws or get the hell out of this country. Yeah, exactly. Having money and status doesn't give you the right to act so willfully. The crowd buzzed like a hive of angry bees at Hajin's arrogance. Shut up, you commoners. You have no right to speak here. Do you have any idea who I am? My father is the regional manager of Triple Group in Arudaya. Why else do you think that nobody has come to settle this matter yet? That's because nobody dares to do so, Hajin stated smugly. It was only then that everybody realized that there was some truth to his words. Indeed, it had been a while since the accident had happened, yet no one had appeared to handle the matter. The only explanation for that was that nobody wanted to offend him. Even Levi had not foreseen that he would run into the son of the regional manager of Triple Group. Grinning triumphantly, Hajin continued, "Now, which option will you choose? Pay me back the money or spend the week with me? Make your decision now or don't even think about leaving." His men swiftly surrounded Levi and the others, their posture threatening. Fear coursed through Iris and Zoe as they wondered how they would be getting out of this situation. Levi did not appear to be afraid as he chuckled and answered, "We won't leave. At least not without settling this issue first." Digging out his phone, he dialed a number. "Xavier, come here this instance, to handle this problem. I don't care who he is or what connections he has. Either you deal with this, or I will." On the other side of the phone, the captain of the patrol squad paled dramatically. A short while later, the loud wailing of sirens gradually grew louder. A row of patrol cars came speeding towards Levi and the others, before screeching to a halt nearby. Xavier exited the lead vehicle, followed by the chief and deputy chief of the traffic police. The Protector Chapter 503. At this point, they had already checked the surveillance tapes and had a rough idea of what had happened. Now, all they needed was to interrogate the crowd for their accounts of the event. The arrival of Xavier seemed to dampen the spirits of Hajin and his men. Despite that, they still had an arrogant air around them and were not particularly respectful towards the policemen who had questioned them. According to Hajin, Triple Group was an incredibly important company that would greatly aid the development of Northampton in the future. Since he would be the successor someday, that meant that he was not someone whom they could touch. In no time at all, Xavier had reached his verdict. "After a thorough investigation, I hereby pronounce Park Hajin guilty of wrong-way driving. He is to bear full responsibility for the reparation costs of the accident, both for himself and for Ms. Zoe Lopez. At the same time, his driver's license shall be revoked and he is not allowed to sit for the driver's license test in Arudaya for the next 5 years. In addition to that, he is to be detained for the next 15 days. After he was done with that announcement, he quickly snuck a glance at Levi. Zoe nodded, "Captain Fields, there's no need for Mr. Park to reimburse me. I'm already insured, so I just need to talk to my insurance company. Thank you for serving me justice." The crowd cheered and applauded as well, evidently happy with his decision. Xavier could feel his blood pounding in his ears as he flushed in pleasure. Who knew that serving the people would feel so good? What a sense of accomplishment! What? Hajin was stunned at what he was hearing. Previously, he had done something even worse than this at South City, and yet he had not even gotten a single demerit point. Now, his driver's license was being revoked and he had to be detained? Infuriated, he yelled, "Do you know who I am? Retract your punishment immediately or you'll be sorry." Xavier glared at him coldly and ordered his men, "Take him away. Arrest whoever dares to interfere too." With that, Hajin was dragged away by the policeman. Chongwook and the others wanted to stop his arrest, but unfortunately, they were too helpless to do anything. All they could do was stare, as their boss was shoved inside one of the police cars. Before he entered, Hajin snarled at Levi, "Rest assured that I'll be out soon." "Enough. Just you wait." Completely ignoring the threat, Levi instructed the captain, "Set the bail money for at least 5 million. Use that money on the development of North Hampton." "Okay, understood." Xavier nodded. Respect and admiration shone in his eyes as he looked at Levi. Even now, all he can think about is the future of Northampton. "Honey, I'll drop you off at work first before getting you another car." Zoe and Iris were shooting Levi curious glances. All it took was one phone call from him, and this entire matter was settled. The two women exchanged glances, seeming to understand what the other was thinking. The boss of Morris Group must have been the one to resolve this issue. There's no way that it was Levi. Meanwhile, inside the office of Triple Group in Northampton. "What? Mr. Hadjin was arrested?" Horace's tone was disbelieving, matching the shocked expression on his face. He demanded, "Who has actually dared to do that? Don't they know who he is?" "It was Xavier Fields himself." Horace's face fell before he uttered, "He personally arrested Mr. Hadjin? Come with me, quickly. We have to bail Mr. Hadjin out." It did not take him long to arrive at the police station. Upon hearing that the bail was set at 5 million, he was taken aback. "Mr. Waller, you have to understand that wrong-way driving is quite a serious crime." Horace did not hesitate in paying the bail. Regardless of whether it was 10 million, or even 100 million, it was not like he had any other choice but to pay. Thus, Hadjin was released from jail. Gritting his teeth, he bit out, "I want you to conduct a background check on a few people for me. I won't let them go for doing this to me." "No worries, sir. I'll see to it immediately," Horace assured. "Give me the car keys," Hadjin demanded with his hand held out. "Ah, I can't do that, sir. Your driver's license is still revoked, so you're not allowed to drive in Arudaya for the next 5 years. Disregarding the other man's protests, Hadjin snatched the keys from him. His lips pulled up into a sneer and he boasted, "So what if I'm driving without a license?" As if anybody would have the guts to do anything about it. The Protector Chapter 504. "It was just a stroke of bad luck that I was arrested this time. But who in the entire city of Northampton would dare touch me a second time?" Hadjin was visibly enraged. He had been in Arudaya for many years, yet never once had he suffered such humiliation before. With a loud roar, the car sped off into the distance. Horace sighed in exasperation and annoyance, not knowing whether it was a good thing or not that he had allowed Hadjin to drive off. Just then, Park Cheon-shin called him. The moment he accepted the call, the furious voice of his boss blared out, through the speakers, "How useless can you be, you piece of trash? Why can't you do anything right? Do you have no power in Northampton?" "And no, that's not it. Boss, Cheon-sin interrupted him, "I don't want to hear any more excuses. This is the second mistake you've made. You know the consequences of a third." A cold sweat broke out across Horace's body. He was well aware that Park Cheon-sin was not a man to be trifled with. For all of that, Scott Yates was truly a terrifying man. He was still someone who had valued loyalty and righteousness. Unfortunately, Park Cheon-shin was Korean. He was ruthless, cruel, and he did not abide by any rules other than his own. Anyone who had a brain would know why they had to be scared of him. Horace hastily dialed a number. "Gather all the men that we have in North Hampton and protect Park Hadjin at all costs. Nothing must happen to him." In an instant, all of the men that he had scattered across the city began to mobilize. If anything happened to Hadjin, thousands of men would be able to rush to his aid in less than 10 minutes. Back at Oriental Star Group, Zoe was saying, "Darling, leave the matter of my car to the insurance company, okay? They'll know what to do to reimburse me. Don't involve yourself in this anymore." Levi shook his head, insisting, "No way. Whoever ruined your car has to pay." "Hey? There's no need for that, is there? He's already been punished," she mumbled with a small frown. She was mainly worried that Levi would create more trouble than it was worth. Grinning, he reassured her, "I never said that I would let him off the hook so easily. Relax. A new car will be waiting for you before you finish work for the day. Just you wait and see." Besides, that minor punishment was administered by Xavier, not him. He still needed to get his revenge on Hajin for what he had tried to do. After he returned to Morris Group, he sent Phoenix off to locate Hajin. "Sir, Park Hajin is at Ocean Villa." "Okay, I've got it." He headed downstairs and went looking for Seth. "Seth, I need you to take me somewhere." "No problem, Mr. Garrison." Being an observant man, Seth could instantly tell that Levi was going out to handle a problem. He smiled as he queried, "Shall I bring more men, sir?" "There's no need for that. The two of us should be enough." At Ocean Villa, Hajin was currently in the gym, venting out his frustration. He was standing in an arena, dressed in only a singlet that had boasted his muscular figure. 6 men surrounded him in a loose circle, each bloodier than the last. "Come on then. Come at me, you useless trash," he bellowed before bursting into motion. He was a master at Taekwondo and he was one of the strongest fighters in the world. The 6 men were soon sprawled on the floor, moaning in pain. Yet, that was simply not enough to appease Hajin. In a few swift moves, he proceeded to break all of their limbs with several horrible cracking sounds. "Ah!" The agonized cries of the crippled men reverberated in the gym, causing Hajin's men to shiver. Hajin was incredibly cruel and aggressive, a true psychopath. Anyone that had sparred with him had always ended up with some grievous injuries. "Sir, I've found out the information that you'd wanted," Changwook yelled as he dashed into the gym. Wiping away the blood on his hands, Hajin snapped, "And the woman involved in the accident with you is the chairwoman of Oriental Star Group, Zoe Lopez. The man who'd helped her is her husband, Levi Garrison. While the other woman is the vice president of Morris Group, Iris Annabelle, his assistant reported." Hajin's eyes brightened at the information and he exclaimed gleefully, "Ha ha ha! What a coincidence! Those are exactly the people that I'm here to deal with." "What shall we do now, sir?" Changwook questioned. "The Protector Chapter 505. There's no way I'll let them go free now." A wicked smirk played upon Hajin's lips. Bang! The doors to the gym were kicked wide open, banging loudly as the two halves slammed into the wall. "Where is Park Hajin?" a deep voice boomed out. Everyone in the gym whipped their heads around in the direction of the noise, only to see Levi and Seth striding inside. "Sir, isn't that Levi Garrison?" Changwook pointed out. Upon realizing that it was indeed Levi, Hajin smiled cruelly. "Shut the doors. Don't let them escape." His men did as they were ordered before moving so that they had Levi and Seth completely trapped. "You have some serious guts to deliver yourselves to my doorstep. Even better. Now, I don't have to go looking for you," he thundered. Levi lit a cigarette calmly as if he were not currently surrounded by more than a dozen enemies. "Listen up, punk. The only way for me to let you off the hook is if you hand over your wife to me for some fun." "Ha ha ha!" Hajin guffawed loudly, his men joining in soon after. Through it all, Levi remained silent, as he merely stared at the chortling men. The menacing look in his eyes caused fear to course through Hajin. What are you doing here?" Hajin found himself asking. Levi's voice was placid but there was an undercurrent of steel to it. "You'd Rammed into my wife's car and ruined it, so now, you have to pay up. Once again, Hajin and his men roared with laughter. The expressions on their faces clearly showed that they had thought that Levi was a fool. To dare ask Park Hajin for compensation, he really must be an idiot. You want me to pay up? Hajin asked for confirmation. That's right. Her car costs at least 2 million, you know. Now, pay up. Let me tell you a cold, hard fact, I have never reimbursed anyone for anything before. I never have and never will. You've said that you want my money? Only in your dreams. Taking a puff of his cigarette, Levi stated indifferently, what if I insist on receiving compensation from you? Raucous laughter greeted his words. Hajin had even thrown his head back, his stomach aching with the force of his chortling. Being so bold while the police captain was around one matter. It was another matter entirely to demand compensation from him while on his turf. This guy must have a death wish. Ha ha ha. Oh, my aching sides, ugh. Hajin's mocking laughter was abruptly cut off when Levi suddenly stabbed his still burning cigarette into the other man's open mouth. Arg! Hajin screamed in agony. His men were dumbfounded at what had just happened. Levi had moved so fast that even Hajin had been unable to react in time. A deathly silence descended upon them. Nobody had expected Levi to attack so suddenly. Even Seth was amazed at the speed of his movement. Is it really that funny? Levi asked with a frown. Face scrunched up and red with pain, Hajin roared, beat them up. I don't want to see them standing after this or else. Acknowledging his orders, his men prepared to rush forward, at Levi. Are all UFERS bored of living already? Come on then, make a move. I dare you. Whipping out 2 batons, Seth stared the men down without a hint of fear on his face. He was a retired military scout who had seen more than his fair share of wars. Facing down these normal men was nothing compared to what he had faced on the battlefields. This was the reason that Levi had hired him on, as the head of security. Do you regret coming with me, Seth? Levi wondered aloud. Ha, as if. Since you treat me as a brother, I'm more than happy to do the same, came Seth's proud reply. Smiling, Levi answered, that's good to know. Enraged, Hajin snarled at his men, what the hell are you guys still standing around for? Get them. The Protector Chapter 506. Charge. Hajin's men gave out a battle cry as they rushed at Levi and Seth. Thud. Thud. Armed with his batons, Seth showed that just because he was retired did not mean that he had lost his combat abilities. Nobody could get close to him at all, as they were swatted down like flies. Levi's side of things was even scarier. Thud. One punch from him would send his opponent flying back more than 10 meters. Ugh! A short while later, all of Hajin's men were collapsed on the ground, groaning and whimpering in pain. Hajin and Chongwook were utterly dumbstruck, as they stared at the other 2 men with wide-eyed disbelief. How can they be so powerful? Despite being a taekwondo master, Hajin could tell he was no match for Seth, let alone Levi. Wham! With a harsh smack from Seth's baton, Chongwook was soon sent sprawling to the ground. Before Hajin could retaliate, the ex-military scout kicked him and he was swift to crumple to the floor. At long last, he was dragged forward and tossed at Levi's feet. Well then. Are you going to pay up now? Levi patted the defeated man's cheek gently. Hajin may have been domineering and arrogant, but he was no fool. He knew that it was better to back down now to lick his wounds. Revenge could come later. With that thought in mind, he nodded. Yes, I will as you want. Great. Let's go and select a brand new car, shall we? And that was how Levi came to choose a McLaren 720s for Zoe, a car that had cost more than 4 million. Humiliation. Complete and utter humiliation. Hajin's face was flushed with shame as he seethed in impotent anger. Not only had he been beaten up, rather, he was also being forced to pay compensation as well. Before he left, Levi gave him one last parting warning: your driver's license has been revoked, so don't ever let me see you driving on the road again. Otherwise, I won't have mercy on you, the next time around. Hajin was sorely tempted to retort that it was none of his business if he drove without a license. However, he knew that all that would bring him was another round of beating. Gritting his teeth, he replied, I understand. When Zoe got off work and spotted the brand new McLaren waiting for her, she was stunned. This. Where did you get this from? It's compensation, was Levi's cheerful reply. Hey? Compensation? Why would he buy me a car as compensation? I convinced him with virtue and managed to make him see sense. Of course, he would make it up to you somehow. She shot him a suspicious look, certain that things were not as simple as he had made it out to be. After Levi and Seth left, Hajin practically exploded with rage. Useless pieces of trash. I wasted millions on you and you can't even defeat a single security guard. He did not hold back as he lashed out at his men, each blow breaking their skins and causing their blood to splatter to the ground. His bodyguards bore their punishment silently, feeling as though they deserved it. Since they had lost to a security guard, even with their advantage in numbers. Right then, Horace finally arrived at the scene. Sweat dotted his forehead and dripped down his face. Cheon Shin's warning about making the third mistake echoed in his ears. How could he have known something would happen to Hajin yet again, even after all the efforts he had put in? With a thump, he fell to his knees before Hajin. Sir, this is all my fault. I did not handle this matter properly. Please punish me. Wham! Hajin's foot darted out in a hard kick, sending Horace flying back several meters. All of you are worthless, the infuriated man bellowed. Crawling back to Hajin, Horace pleaded, Sir, please give me another chance. I promise that I'll deal with this matter properly this time. Where were you when I was getting beaten up? I thought you'd said that you had everything in control, here in Northampton. Hajin demanded. Crack. Ah! Horace rolled on the ground in agony as the other man snapped his arm in two. Sir, what would you have me do? I'll do anything that you tell me to, he wheezed through his pain. The Protector Chapter 507. Hajin took out his phone and dialed his father's number. Dad, I was beaten up by someone. I hope that you can send Li Dejong and Li Deyong over to aid me. Please. Okay, no problem. A crazy smile spread across his face at his father's easy agreement. With the two of them by my side, I won't have to be afraid of anyone in Northampton. Li Dejong and Li Deyong were two of his father's personal bodyguards. Together, they were on par with Typhoon, in terms of combat ability. The two men, brothers, were two of Korea's best taekwondo masters. In fact, they were the disciples of Lee Jae-shik, the chief coach of Korea's soldiers. In Korea, Lee Jae-shik was like a god to the people. Having perfected his form over the years, his taekwondo skills were second to none in the entire world. Not only that, but he had also trained Korea's Special Operations Regiment. All of the men that underwent his training were powerful individuals in their own right. It was rumored that two of his beloved disciples had inherited 50% of his skills. They, too, used to be part of the Special Operations Regiment and had killed hundreds of enemies on the battlefield by themselves. For the past few years, they had been by Park Cheon-shin's side as he carved a territory for himself in Arudaya. The recent events had pushed Hajin over the edge and he had had no choice but to ask for their help. With a cold laugh, Hajin exclaimed, "Someone had once told me that I would be unable to act out without a driver's license. Well, I'm not entirely convinced about that." Knowing that Hajin was beyond reason now, all Horus could do was select 200 of his best men to protect the other man. That night, Azure Dragon brought news to Levi. "Sir, South City is saying that they can't do anything about Triple Group stealing those hundreds of billions from Scott Yates. Not unless they outrightly confront them about it. They are rather reluctant to do that, as Triple Group and South City are working together on a lot of projects." Levi snorted and replied, "Seeing as they're so hesitant about this, I'll handle this matter myself. I've already said that nobody is allowed to touch that money." If Triple Group had only been satisfied with confining themselves to South City, he would not have minded them. Yet, now they were getting greedy and extending their reach into Northampton. Levi was having none of that. This was just giving him more reason to want to deal with them. Meanwhile, Hajin was as excited as a child on Christmas morning. The reason for his high spirits? Li Dayong and Li Dajong had arrived. The two men stood there like tigers, waiting to pounce, muscles coiled and ready to strike. The menacing aura they had exuded sent shivers racing down Horus's spine. Suddenly, he felt his body turn cold, all over. "Who in Northampton would dare to touch me now?" Hajin stated arrogantly. With a mad cackle. The next day, Hajin was still doing as he had pleased, racing down the roads in a luxury sports car. Following closely behind him was a black sedan with the two brothers inside. All around them were 200 of Horus's men, everybody dutifully following Hajin as he weaved and darted through the traffic. He was completely ignoring any and all traffic laws. Wrong-way driving was only a minor crime amongst the list of other rules that he was currently breaking. When he saw a zebra crossing, he would accelerate, watching gleefully as the pedestrians threw themselves to the side, to avoid him. One of the main roads of the city was even suffering from heavy congestion, due to his rampant driving. He had caused quite a few cases of traffic accidents at several intersections. The strange happenings at that main road soon caught the attention of the staff at the traffic bureau. Using the surveillance cameras, they were able to quickly locate the source of all the trouble: Hajin's sports car. "I thought that his license was revoked and I believe that he's not allowed to sit for another test within the next 5 years? Why is he still driving on the roads?" Shocked and puzzled, they quickly reported this incident to their superiors. Hajin was feeling particularly satisfied, upon looking at what he had caused, at that main road. "Yeah, I'm driving without a license. So what? Come and arrest me if you can," he shouted at one of the surveillance cameras before pointing his middle finger towards it, in an obscene gesture. The camera perfectly captured the smug and haughty expression on his face. "Levi Garrison, I'm driving without a license. What are you going to do about it?" The Protector Chapter 508. The record of the list of laws that Hajin had flouted had swiftly found its way over to Xavier's desk. He did not immediately resolve the issue, instead, he decided to inform Levi about it. "Sir, what do you think we should do?" Xavier was trembling slightly from where he was standing in front of Levi. He could clearly sense that the other man was furious. Hajin's actions were not only a snub at the god of war himself, but rather, it was also directed to the laws of Arudaya. "I'll see to this matter personally." Levi bit out harshly. Understood. In truth, Xavier was also incredibly pissed off at what Hajin had done. However, he was in a difficult bind, and so, he could only turn a blind eye to the situation. He knew that quite a few people were in the same boat as him. Thus, he was quite relieved that the god of war was going to handle this matter himself. Finally, someone is going to teach that arrogant brat a lesson. Levi stated, I'll head over there now. He was honestly surprised that such an egoistic person even existed in this day and age. Seth, I need you to drop me off somewhere. Once again, he headed to his destination with Seth as his only backup. At that moment, Hajin had moved on to one of the coastal roads. He was driving in the opposite direction again, going against the flow of traffic. The Traffic Bureau's hotline was ringing incessantly as reports of his wrongdoings poured in endlessly. Horace, who was observing everything from a distance, was extremely worried at the actions of the younger man. He's pissing off way too many people in one go. How stupid can he be? Provoking the government of Northampton by driving without a license is a phenomenally dumb idea. At this rate, he's going to doom Triple Group. However, Horace knew that this was all part of Cheon-shin's plan. Cheon-shin was allowing his son to do this, even encouraging him. The reason for that was simple: to exert pressure on Northampton. He wanted Jesse Nielsen, the governor of Northampton, to understand Triple Group's intentions. They were going to break into the Northampton market, one way or the other. Hajin abruptly stopped his car. Ah, Kman. I've been doing this for so long, yet not a single person dares to confront me about it. How boring. Vroom. In the next second, an Audi screeched to a halt before him, as two men soon exited the car. Hajin's face darkened, the moment he had laid eyes on them. Soon enough, his blood began to boil in his veins. It was his most hated enemy, the man who had humiliated him time and time again, Levi. Upon getting out of the car, the first thing Levi did was lunge towards Hajin. He grabbed Hajin by the collar before the other man could react. Didn't I remind you not to drive without a license? Levi growled in a chilly tone. There was a dangerous gleam in his eyes. I. Fear had Hajin stuttering, and he could not even finish his sentence. Bang! A sedan charged towards them and stopped before two men stepped out of the car. It was De Jong and De Jong. The atmosphere changed at their appearance, becoming tense as the temperature seemed to drop by several degrees. Unease curled in Seth as he watched them warily. What a terrifying aura! The two men locked their gazes on him, and Seth's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. It was like having a deadly viper targeting you. Horace's men arrived soon after, swiftly encircling Levi and Seth and blocking them from escaping. Seth could feel himself tensing at how dangerous the situation was turning out to be. Despite that, he was still not unafraid. Levi paid no mind to the men around him, his attention focused on Hajin alone. Well? Haven't I warned you before? Such insolence! Let go of Mr. Park! De Jong's low voice warned. Dismissing the man's warning, Levi patted Hajin's cheek condescendingly. Still not willing to answer me? That's just asking for a slap from me, you know. De Jong thundered, you dare! Scoffing, Levi raised his hand and gave Hajin a hard smack across the cheek. Slap! What are you going to do about it? He mocked with a grin. De Jong's face purpled with rage at how the other man had blatantly ignored his warning and hit Hajin. The Protector Chapter 509. UBD, what did you do? De Jong cried out in shocked anger. Levi smiled and uttered in an innocent tone, oh, you didn't see? Okay, let me show you one more time. Smack! Another ringing slap landed on Hajin's face. Within seconds, his face swelled up badly, as Levi had not held back his strength. When hitting him, there was a loud intake of breath from everyone present before their jaws dropped open in astonishment. The Lee brothers were utterly stupefied. Someone had actually dared to hit Hajin right in front of them, in a deliberate act of provocation. How humiliating! How were they going to explain this to their boss, Cheonjin? No, they simply could not endure this anymore. They could not stand by and keep still, as the situation had escalated. Hajin was beyond furious as he shrieked, "Kill him! Kill them both!" Dejong sprang into action, pouncing forward in Levi's direction. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed the 10 meters separating both him and Levi. He raised his leg up high, sweeping at the latter's head. Whoosh! The speed and force behind his kick caused it to whistle through the air. A wave of hot air slammed into Seth and his face felt like it was burning. What was even more terrifying was the killing intent that was emanating from Dejong. It was the kind of aura that could only be honed out on the raging battlefields, amongst a sea of corpses. He's strong. Incredibly strong. The wave of pressurized air left behind in the wake of Dejong's kick was enough to force Seth back several steps, a fact that had worry for Levi springing up in him. Levi will definitely die if this kick lands on his head. However, it was too late for him to do anything about it now. Right before Dejong's foot was about to connect with Levi's head, the latter moved. Dejong's eyes widened when his instincts screamed at him that danger was coming. Levi's leg snapped out, his speed a lot faster than Dejong. Wham! Like a sledgehammer, his kick landed on Dejong's abdomen and sent the man soaring back. Thud! Dejong crashed to the ground hard, his face pale and twisted with agony. Nobody but him would know that Levi's single kick had injured his internal organs badly. Everyone was speechless upon witnessing what had just happened. If even a skilled fighter like Dejong was no match for Levi, then just how powerful could he be? Die! Dejong roared before disappearing from view. He appeared behind Levi and there was a silvery glint, as something slid into his hand from his sleeve. Schnick! Brandishing the dagger in his hand, he stabbed it towards Levi's neck. He had done all of this in one fluid movement, not a single motion wasting any more energy than necessary. It was perfection, honed from hundreds of battles and kills. As expected of the famous Li Jaeshik's disciples, one was a master at the art of Taekwondo, while the other had trained his body into the perfect weapon. His move was simple and direct, yet incredibly fast, deadly and accurate. Seth and Hajin, the two men standing closest to him other than Levi, could feel a coldness seeping into them. The hairs all over their bodies stood on end. They froze, unable to even twitch a muscle. It was almost as though they had been plunged into icy waters. At that moment, it was like death itself was breathing down their necks. Seth squeezed his eyes shut, unable to bring himself to see what would happen next. Mr. Garrison has met his match this time. If he can't dodge this attack, there's no way he'll survive. Excitement overwhelmed the fear that Hajin was feeling. This time, Levi Garrison is a dead man for sure. The dagger neared Levi's neck. The closer it got, the more exhilarated Dejong felt. Once it slides into his neck, he's dead. The Protector Chapter 510. Within the next second, the smile on Dejong's face vanished. Something black flashed in his vision and his dagger seemed to have stabbed into stone, unable to move forward at all. When he realized what he was seeing, shock and horror crossed his face. Levi had actually pinched the blade between two fingers, halting it in its tracks. The force exerted on the weapon from those two fingers was tremendous. Since when did Northampton have such a terrifying man? Crack! De Jong's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The blade was broken. The blade was broken with 2 fingers. What kind of a crazy psycho is he? This dagger was part of the equipment given to him when he had been in the Special Operations Regiment. It was made from a special material that was said to be nearly indestructible. Even a bullet would not have dented the metal. Now, someone had actually broken it with 2 fingers. Thud! Before he could regain his senses, Levi lashed out with a vicious kick that sent him flying backward. Ah! He howled in agony as he crashed to the floor. More than a dozen of his bones were broken from that one kick. Hajin was filled with utter shock, as he was suddenly feeling incredibly faint. Who is Levi Garrison, truly? Even the Lee brothers aren't his equals. The remaining 200 men were shaking in their shoes, absolutely terrified. No one dared to even take a step forward. After all, they were not suicidal. Levi locked his gaze on Hajin's figure, repeating his earlier question, "Did I warn you about driving without a license?" "Why yes. You did," Hajin nodded vigorously, his previous arrogance nowhere to be seen. "Then why hadn't you listened to me?" I," was the stammered response. Hajin did not know what to say. "Since you can't seem to control yourself, I'll help you." Wham! Crack! Levi kicked at one of Hajin's legs, breaking it immediately. Ah! Crack! 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 3 more strikes from Levi and the rest of Hajin's limbs were summarily broken as well. The crippled man crumpled to the floor, rolling around as he screamed in pain. A smug smirk tugged at the edges of Levi's lips. "Okay. Now you won't be able to leave your house and drive around without a license. Every time I see you behind the wheel, I'll snap your limbs all over again. You monster! You devil!" This was the first time that Hajin had come to meet someone even crazier than he. Despite being on the same side as Levi, Seth was rather fearful as well. What a vicious man! When Levi moved, 200 pairs of eyes were fixed on him, with terror shining in them. They parted like the Red Sea before Moses, allowing him to walk away unhindered. By the time Horus arrived and saw the scene before him, he knew that he was doomed. Hajin had been beaten up and had become crippled on his territory, so this would be his responsibility. "What the hell were you guys doing? You effing useless pieces of trash!" Slap! Slap! The enraged man began to slap his underlings. "Sir, it's not our fault. That guy was simply too powerful. Look, even Li Dejong and Li Dejong were no match for him," they cried out pitifully. "Then what are you still waiting around for? Send them to the hospital." Just then, Hajin spoke up in a weak voice, refusing, "No. Take us back to South City." Horus could do little else but obey. He called Cheongshin and reported to him about everything that had happened. "Mr. Park, please punish me. I would be willing to die for my crimes." Horus was already steeling himself for his inevitable death. The hard tone of Cheongshin answered, "I understand that what had happened this time had nothing to do with you. This matter is not something that you'll be able to resolve. I'm personally coming to Northampton." Horus's heart skipped a beat at his boss' words. Things were about to get serious. The Protector Chapter 511. Park Cheongshin was coming down to Northampton. At Noblesse Villa in South City. This was the residence of Park Cheongshin. Presently, he was watching, as several men carefully unloaded his injured son from a car. He was absolutely incensed. His precious son was crippled and 2 of his best bodyguards were barely clinging on to life. This was a huge slap in the face for Triple Group. Not even Scott Yates had dared to do this. In fact, the leaders of South City would not have dared to do so either. Yet a puny little city had had the audacity to go up against the might of Triple Group? How outrageous! However, upon looking at the condition that the Lee brothers were in now, he knew that the opposition was no weakling. It was likely they had more power than Scott Yates. The only way to resolve this matter was if his own men were even more powerful. "Dad, you have to avenge me. Northampton has some psychopath protecting it," Hajin shouted. Cheon-shin pondered his next course of action carefully before calling the Kiria headquarters of Triple Group. He quickly explained the situation, ending with, "Please send Master Lee Jae-shik to Arudaya to oversee this matter." Since he was in charge of making sure that Triple Group had dominated the extremely profitable Quebec market, he would do whatever it took to accomplish his mission. Certain sacrifices would have to be made if he had wanted to have the chief coach of Kiria's help, sacrifices that he was more than happy to make, as he did not want to give up just yet. "Yes, okay. As long as Mr. Lee agrees, he can come immediately. I'll arrange for everything." On a small island somewhere in Kiria, an elderly man with snowy hair was fishing. Sitting incredibly still, he exuded a calm aura, almost unnaturally so. As if he had some sort of power, the waters beneath his fishing rod were teeming with fish. The swarm only seemed to grow larger, as time passed, and more gathered around. It was a strange and unexplainable phenomenon. Right then, hurried footsteps sounded from behind him. "Master, something bad has happened. Misters Li De-yong and Li De-jong were beaten up by someone in Arudaya. They're badly injured and whether they'll survive is unknown," a man reported in a panicked tone before he kneeled on the ground in front of the old man. Boom! The old man suddenly yanked on his fishing rod and a loud rumbling sound could be heard. The waters began to spin rapidly, forming into a huge vortex. Several seconds later, massive waves reaching tens of meters high rose up. Thousands of fish flopped on the beach, tossed out by the churning waves. Everybody present was stunned at the majestic sight, wondering if the old man had some sort of superpower. "Mr. Park Cheon-shin is hoping that you will head to Arudaya to aid him. Firstly, to assist in Triple Group's expansion into the country, and secondly, to get revenge for Misters Li De-jong and Li De-yong," the man kneeling on the floor continued pleadingly. Behind him, more than 100 men got down on their knees as well, shouting, "Triple Group wishes to call upon Master Lee Jae-shik to assist it in dealing with some matters. Please come out of retirement, Master." Their voices merged into a cacophonous roar, echoing up into the skies. It had been many years since Jae-shik had retired from the Kiria military and he had originally planned on never involving himself with the outside world again. However, a gleam entered his eyes and he spoke up, "Fine. I would like to see the hometown of the god of war anyway." As he said this, a tiny bit of fear curled up inside him. He was well aware of how terrifying the god of war of Arudaya was. There was a loud roar of approval from the men, as they took his words as agreement. After 10 years of hiding himself from the world, Kiria's #1 Taekwondo master was finally coming out of retirement. He was heading for Arudaya to aid Triple Group in taking over Quebec. Cheon-shin was ecstatic when he heard the news and came close to dancing in glee. With someone as powerful as Jae-shik on their side, taking over Quebec would be child's play. After that, they would move on to the surrounding cities. The Protector Chapter 512. Levi had just gotten off from work when an unexpected visitor came for him. It was one of Scott's old subordinates, Theo. Since he was not directly involved in the incident last time, Levi had not killed him. Curious at the other man's sudden appearance, Levi asked, "You were looking for me?" "I'll be frank with you, Mr. Garrison. I'm sure that you know that my boss has accumulated hundreds of billions in wealth in the past decade or so. He is also an avid collector of priceless artifacts. Amongst his collection, 3 are unique and incredibly rare pieces. You could say that they represent the very culture of Arudaya itself." At this point, realization dawned upon Levi as he blurted out, "Don't tell me that Triple Group has stolen them." "Thankfully, no. When my boss had retired, he deliberately entrusted 10 of his most precious artifacts to the Northampton Chrysler Foundation. Now that Mr. Yates is gone, the foundation is actually claiming the artifacts for themselves. What's even more infuriating is that they are going to have an auction for these treasures. I have heard rumors that Triple Group is intent on bidding for those items. These are practically the national treasures of Arudaya, and I don't want them to land into the hands of some other country, a sentiment that I'm certain that Mr. Yates would agree with. Please help me, Mr. Garrison." Mr. Yates went through a lot of trouble to buy back those 3 artifacts from an auction at another country. Theo crashed to the floor on his knees as he begged Levi for his help. Even though Scott and his ilk had used to bully anyone that they could, as they had gone around committing many horrible crimes, they were still extremely loyal to their country. Chuckling grimly, Levi replied, "I'm quite certain that the auction is merely a front. Triple Group and the Chrysler Foundation have probably already come to an agreement that these artifacts are to be theirs. They're just putting on a show for everyone else so that it would appear as though Triple Group had obtained the artifacts through legal means." Theo blinked in surprise before exclaiming, That's right. Since those artifacts are national treasures, Triple Group would not be able to take them that easily. Thus, they had probably conspired with the Chrysler Foundation to have this auction. Triple Group is truly shameless. Not only did they steal hundreds of billions from Mr. Yates, now, they even want to snatch away his most precious treasures. How despicable. All right. Tell me the location and the time. I'll deal with it, Levi assured with a dark look on his face. Is there any end to Triple Group's greed? 8 o'clock tomorrow night at Lakeside Villa. Color was slowly returning to Theo's pale face. Now that he had passed this matter off for Levi to handle, he could finally relax. Jashik had insisted that the news of his coming to Arudaya should be kept secret. Anyone who had fought in a war knew that Arudaya was basically off limits, because the god of war himself protected it. Who had dared to attack Arudaya with such a legendary figure guarding it? Even Jashik, who had retired from the military for 10 years, was still wary of outrightly invading the country. It was a bone-deep sort of fear that could never truly be forgotten. In the past 5 years, the god of war had single-handedly defeated the 18 nations. Hence, Jashik wanted his arrival to happen with as little fanfare as possible. He did not want the god of war to find out about it, or that would spell great trouble for him. After successfully entering Arudaya, he threw all caution to the winds. From now on, nobody would be able to stop him from doing what he wanted. As long as I stay away from the god of war, I should be free to do as I wish. At the airport in Quebec, South City, Cheongshin had arranged for half the airport to be sealed off to welcome Jashik. More than a dozen black cars were parked on the tarmac, with hundreds of men in black clothing standing there, waiting in neat lines. Upon exiting the plane, Jashik was taken aback at the sight before him. How extravagant! This was practically announcing to the world his arrival. Welcome to Arudaya, Master, hundreds of voices chorused. In the eyes of these men, Li Jashik was like a god. His taekwondo skills were undefeatable. Who would dare to challenge him? The Protector Chapter 513. Park Cheon-shin was already fantasizing about taking over the 7 southern regions, with the assistance of this powerful figure. Lee Jae-shik patted Park Cheon-shin on the shoulder and gave him a piece of advice, saying, "Don't do anything so extreme again in the future. Come straight to me if you are facing any problems and I'll help you in dealing with them." I understand." Park Cheon-shin's voice trembled slightly. "By the way, Master, I'd heard that you like to collect antiques. There will be an auction tomorrow night and I'm planning to bid for an original piece of Erudian artwork, an ancient Erudian porcelain vase, and also Quebec's legendary pearls. I'll be sure to gift them to you." Park Cheon-shin offered earnestly, trying to curry favor with him. "Oh! What a delight!" Indeed, Lee Jae-shik enjoyed collecting antique artwork. He had a collection of antiques from every country in the world. All except for Erudia. This was one of his greatest regrets. Now that an opportunity had arisen, he, a taekwondo master of his generation, could barely contain his excitement. "Very well. As long as you bring me those things that you've just mentioned, I'll get rid of all the obstacles that you might face in Erudia." Lee Jae-shik vowed. "Yes, Master. I won't let you down." This was exactly what Park Cheon-shin had been waiting to hear. With Lee Jae-shik backing him up, all his worries would be erased. He could probably even do as he had pleased, without fearing the repercussions. "After the auction, no one will be able to stop me from avenging my son. Come. Let's go see how those 2 students of mine are faring." As usual, Lee Jae-shik was devoted to his students. The next day, after getting off from work, Levi met up with Zoe. "Honey, there's somewhere that I want to take you to," Levi announced with a bright grin. Zoe eyed him suspiciously and asked, "You wouldn't be thinking of causing trouble again, would you?" "What the hell? Am I really just a troublemaker in your eyes?" Levi retorted accusingly. "Yep." Zoe nodded solemnly. Half an hour later, Levi's car pulled up at Lakeside Villa. "It seems like there's an auction here. Are you participating in it?" Zoe asked. "Yeah. I'm thinking of buying a few antiques, as gifts for both Mom and Dad." Levi grinned. Zoe pinched him on the shoulder and chided him, "Stop joking around. The items being auctioned off tonight are worth more than a few $100,000. They can easily go up to millions. But here you are, joking about wanting to give them to Mom and Dad." Meanwhile, in Lakeside Villa, Horace held his phone to his ear, listening to Park Cheon-shin's instructions. "Remember, Horace. This is your last chance. All of Scott Yates' 10 artifacts must be delivered to me as well. I'm sure that you're aware of the consequences that will befall you if you fail." Horace was so fearful, to the point where he had broken out in cold sweat. If he failed, death was the consequence. "Don't worry, boss. I have made all the necessary arrangements at the auction. All the bidders have been briefed. They'll raise the bid a couple of times each round, just for formality's sake. I'll assure you that tonight, no one would dare to bid against us." Horace spoke with conviction. He had spread the word just a while ago, informing everyone that Triple Group was determined to get all of the artifacts put up for auction, meaning that no one should stand in their way. Triple Group would consider those who had done as such to be their sworn enemies. Horace had also invited many media reporters to display a live broadcast of the auction. They wanted to let the whole of South City and Erudia know that these priceless artifacts were obtained by Triple Group through proper means, not by robbing. Triple Group was dealt a good hand, and they would win if they had played it well. All they needed to do was be patient. The best part was that they didn't need to spend a single penny to acquire the 10 artifacts. After Levi presented his entry ticket, he entered the auction event with Zoe. Without any mishaps. Their seats were at the far back. To put it bluntly, they were merely here as extras for the sake of livening the atmosphere. After all, the auction tonight was rigged. Before the auction began, Horace ran through everything, one final time, with the person in charge of the Chrysler Foundation. The Protector Chapter 514. Don't worry, Mr. Waller. Everything is ready. Kenneth West, the person in charge of Chrysler Foundation, reassured him. Good. If all goes well, you and your foundation will be richer, by 3 billion. Horace guaranteed. That's great news. Kenneth could barely contain his joy. All the guests were seated in the auction room. Horace's seat was in the center of the first row. Before taking his seat, he swept his gaze over the crowd, the warning in his sharp and menacing eyes apparent for all to see. He was warning everyone that all the artifacts tonight belonged to Triple Group. Not a single one of them was allowed to touch them. The crowd immediately received his silent message and became too afraid to even think about bidding. Soon, the auction officially began. The first item for tonight's auction is an ancient manuscript, known as Lantingji Su. The starting bid is 10 million and each bid must be increased by at least 1 million, the host announced excitedly. The bidding starts now. Hold on. Horace abruptly stopped the host. Mr. Waller, is there a problem? The host questioned curiously. Horace glanced at the crowd and announced, all of Northampton's elites have gathered here for this auction. Everyone's time is precious. I think that it's better to put all the auction items out at once. The host hesitated upon hearing Horace's suggestion and looked at Kenneth, who was amongst the audience. The latter made an OK sign with his fingers. Very well. We will present all of the auction items at once, the host declared. Horace addressed the crowd this time. Does anyone object to this? We'll go with your suggestion, Mr. Waller. Yes. May the highest bidder win. Everyone echoed their agreements. Who would dare to go against Triple Group? I agree. Levi also raised his hands in full support. An all-at-once auction? Count me in. It's definitely more time-saving, compared to bidding for each item one by one. Zoe rolled her eyes at him. Why are you so excited? This auction is clearly rigged. Triple Group is going to bid for the artifacts all at once. What are you applauding for? Then I can bid for all the artifacts all at once too. The edges of Levi's mouth lifted upwards. All 10 items have been presented now. These are antiques collected by Scott Yates throughout his entire lifetime. This is an original piece of Erudian artwork by a well-known figure during ancient times. This is an ancient porcelain vase. And this here is Quebec's legendary pearls. These 3 artifacts are Erudia's national treasures and the pride of the nation. The starting bid for all 10 items is 500 million, with an increase in the bid of no less than 10 million. The bidding starts now, the host shouted. 510 million. 520 million. The paid bidders arranged by Triple Group began to bid. The bid increase was very slight, each time. I bid. Northampton's real estate tycoon, Jackson Franklin raised his bid paddle. Hey! Horace whipped around to glare at him. Forget it. I'm out. Jackson was frightened by the threat in Horace's gaze, instantly forfeiting his bid. The other tycoons who had the ability to bid gradually gave up as well. These antique treasures were tempting, but they couldn't afford to get on Triple Group's bad side. Everyone was all aware of Triple Group's ruthless methods. They were truly merciless people, who would cut down anyone and everyone Who stood in their way? Good, Horace muttered under his breath. A satisfied smile appeared on Horace's face when he saw that everyone giving up. Only death awaited those who had challenged Triple Group. When the bidding price had reached a certain amount, Horace raised his paddle and shouted, 600 million by Triple Group. When he revealed his identity, the scene quietened, as everyone held their breaths. No one dared to bid any more. The paid bidders also withdrew, one after another, since they had already fulfilled their purpose. The Protector Chapter 515. All the media reporters were watching Horace closely. Faced only with utter silence at the scene, Horace and Kenneth exchanged glances and wore matching victorious grins on their faces. The host cast his glance at the audience. 600 million going once. Going twice. Horace was already grinning from ear to ear. It's a mission success. And my position as the general manager in Arudaya is still secure. 1 billion. Right before the third and final call, a loud voice suddenly rang out. The host immediately swallowed back the words at the tip of his tongue. Kenneth and Horace were both stunned, and so was everyone else. Everyone looked behind them simultaneously. Zoe timidly tugged on Levi's arm because he was the one who had raised the bid. What? It's them. Horace recognized Levi and Zoe with only a single glance. This was something that he had never expected to happen. He had given strict orders to Kenneth, instructing him to control the guest list for tonight's auction event. Hence, he never thought that these two people would be allowed in. Horace panicked slightly and countered, "Isn't this a little too inappropriate? I'd obviously bid 600 million first." Pfft! Haven't you been at an auction before? The final call hasn't been made yet. Levi spat in return. You. His words instantly caused Horace to silence himself. Does anyone want to bid higher than 1 billion? Levi asked. The host reluctantly repeated Levi's question as well. 1.1 billion. Horace forced the words through his lips. 1.5 billion. Levi yelled, determined to be the last bidder. You. Horace's anger skyrocketed. This guy is obviously here for me. 1.6 billion. Horace reluctantly raised the bid. He had to complete the mission given to him by Park Cheon-shin. 2 billion. Levi raised his paddle once again. Gasps filled the room as everyone drew in sharp breaths. The crowd gaped at Levi in disbelief. This is absolute madness. Is he going to fight Triple Group to the death? He must be crazy. He's blatantly disrespecting Triple Group. You. Horace was going mad with fury. Originally, he could have gotten the artifacts with a budget of 600 million. But Levi had raised the bid up to 2 billion. He had to top it by at least a few million if he had wanted to win. F it. 2.5 billion, he stammered out. Horace was giving it his all, to complete his mission. 3 billion. Levi shouted, with a disdainful look on his face. PFT. Horace's blood pressure spiked. 3 billion exceeded his budget by 2.4 billion in total. He had to cough up the money, out of his own pocket if he had wanted to outbid Levi. Moreover, Levi had arrived fully prepared, so he would continue to raise the bid. I withdraw, Horace stated in defeat. However, he shot Kenneth a look and the latter discreetly gave him an okay gesture in response. Levi couldn't be allowed to get his hands on those artifacts. Even if they had to kill him to make sure that he didn't get them, they would commit as such. This was Park Cheon-shin's orders. Otherwise, it would be the end for Horace. 3 billion, sold. These 10 items now belong to Levi Garrison. Mr. Garrison and Ms. Lopez, please come backstage to settle the payment. The staff led Levi and Zoe to the backstage. However, Before leaving, Levi discreetly brought with him a copy of the auction's catalog. "Congratulations, Mr. Garrison, for becoming the owner of these 10 priceless artifacts. You'll have to pay a total of 20 billion. How would you like to make the payment?" Kenneth smiled politely. "Wait." Levi frowned and asked, "Shouldn't it be 3 billion? Why has it become 20 billion? Sir, I think that you're unaware that all the items tonight aren't auctioned off in the local currency. So, after converting and including the handling fees, the 3 billion you'd bid would come to a total of 20 billion. The Protector Chapter 516. Kenneth explained it with a straight face. Boom. Zoe was beyond stunned. This is clearly a scam. After the auction has commenced, they're suddenly saying that it's not in the local currency? I've seen swindlers, but never ones that are as shameless as these people. This is an act of fraudulence. There's really no limit to how far Triple Group is willing to go, to get what they want. Realization dawned upon Zoe once again. On the contrary, Levi remained unfazed. He had already guessed that things wouldn't progress smoothly. Not in the local currency? Who said that? Levi challenged. Me, of course. As you know, the organizer has the final say. Kenneth sneered. He had promised to assist Horace in acquiring all of these ancient treasures. Hence, he deliberately changed the currency, so as to force Levi into withdrawing. Is everyone else aware of that? Levi continued asking. Of course. If you don't believe me, follow me, and I'll show you. When they returned to the auction room, Kenneth asked the crowd of people. Was everyone aware that tonight's auction wasn't in the local currency? Yes, of course. That's why no one dared to raise the bid. Triple Group's bid of 600 million would be 2 billion after conversion. Who would dare to bid against that? Yet, everyone knew about the foreign currency. These people who claimed to be aware of the currency conversion were all prearranged by Triple Group. Levi also noticed that they had taken away everyone's auction catalog. The catalog was given to each person upon entry. It stated all the details regarding tonight's auction, including the price of each auction item. Just then, Horace walked over with a smile and queried, "What's wrong, Mr. West?" "Mr. Waller, I'd appreciate it if you could help me out. Is tonight's auction in a local or foreign currency?" Kenneth asked. "Foreign, of course. That's why I'd given up, because 3 billion would be equivalent to 20 billion. Horace and Kenneth sang the same tune. "What? Don't tell me that Mr. Garrison and Ms. Lopez weren't aware of this." Horace feigned surprise. "That's right. The moment these two realized that it came to 20 billion after conversion, they refused to pay up," Kenneth complained. Horace's smile deepened as he replied, "I suggest that the two of you give up. Paying 20 billion for these antiques is really not worth it." Zoe lightly elbowed Levi, implying that he should back down. They would only end up getting their AES handed to them, by competing against Triple Group. Horace couldn't stop smiling upon seeing this. It seems like the issue has been resolved. If it's 20 billion, then 20 billion it is. No problem at all. Levi broke out into a smile of his own. "What? You're all right with paying 20 billion? Horace and Kenneth were so shocked that their eyes had almost popped out of their sockets. They had planned to scare Levi away with this 20 billion. To their utter shock, he had agreed to pay such an amount. "I can pay 20 billion. The question is whether you'll be able to spend it all." Levi smiled mysteriously. "Let's settle the payment now." Boom. Kenneth and Horace were completely caught off guard. He's really going to pay? All of them went backstage. Levi took out his black card and directly transferred 20 billion. Kenneth and Horace felt as though they were trapped in a daze, rejecting the possibility that this could be real. Done. Send all the artifacts to my home, all 10 of them. Levi demanded. Before leaving, Levi smiled and muttered, I hope that you'll be able to finish spending it as soon as possible. Kenneth didn't understand what Levi had meant by that and could only watch as Levi left. On their way back, Zoe stared at him agape. Honey, I know that you participated in the auction tonight for Morris Group's big boss, but that 20 billion was obviously a scam. Why did you agree to it? Haha. Don't worry, honey. They won't be able to spend that money. Levi snickered. Everything had been in the palm of his hands since the very beginning. The Protector Chapter 517. At Lakeside Villa, Horace and Kenneth finally arrived at their senses after a long while. He had really transferred 20 billion. Horace was skeptical. Yes. It has already been transferred into the account. Kenneth confirmed. You must transfer all 20 billion to me now so that I can at least offer Mr. Parkin explanation. Horace urged him. Kenneth immediately instructed his staff to make the transfer. Mr. West, something's wrong. The 20 billion has been frozen. It says here that a fraudulent transfer was detected, and thus, our bank account has been frozen. The staff exclaimed in horror. What are you waiting for? Call the bank now. Suddenly, Levi's earlier words rang in Kenneth's mind. He told them to spend the money as soon as possible. Mr. West, the bank has said that the Bank Regulatory Bureau intervened and that they were the ones who had frozen the account. Horace and Kenneth's expressions morphed drastically upon hearing this. What? The Bank Regulatory Bureau did this? Beep beep beep. All of a sudden, ear-splitting police sirens could be heard, coming from outside the villa. Several police cars came to a stop at the entrance. There were also cars from the Ministry of Commerce, the Bank Regulatory Bureau, as well as the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Good evening, we are a joint law enforcement team, comprised of 4 major departments. We received a report just a moment ago regarding the suspicious activity at the auction organized by Chrysler Foundation. Firstly, you are suspected of consumer fraud, for demanding 20 billion when 3 billion was the agreed price. Secondly, you are suspected of violating the law by engaging in acts, such as unfair competition. Most importantly, all the items put up for auction belong to Mr. Scott Yates, and thus, they should be handled by the successor appointed by Mr. Scott Yates. You had no right to auction them off. Kenneth was already panicking, by the time the third offense was being stated. They knew that they had brought this disaster upon themselves when they had switched the currency all just to dispel Levi. Just then, Xavier Fields scoffed derisively as he held a copy of the auction catalog in his hand. It's clearly stated here that the bidding would be done in local currency, so how did 3 billion suddenly become 20 billion? Ah! Kenneth paled instantly. Didn't we settle the matter regarding the catalogs? How did they get their hands on one? Never in a million years did he expect Levi to be a step ahead of them, handing a copy over to Xavier. We've conducted an investigation and have discovered that the successor appointed by Scott Yates before his death was his butler, Mr. Theo Kirby, who had agreed to give all of the artifacts to Mr. Garrison, without any conditions. Hence, you shall immediately return the 20 billion to Mr. Garrison. From this moment onwards, Kenneth and all who were involved are suspected of fraud, along with the previously listed crimes. All of you will be arrested and brought in for investigation. Chrysler Foundation will also be shut down temporarily for a thorough inspection. Additionally, Triple Group will receive a fine of 10 million for suspected market share violations, and the person in charge will be suspended under further notice. Xavier declared sternly. Boom. Horace and Kenneth almost passed out from everything that was going on. Upon realizing that these artifacts were being given to Levi for free and that Chrysler Foundation was implicated as well, Horace began to fume. He could not accept how things had turned out. Since most of the reporters were still present at the scene, word of this spread like wildfire. Northampton and even the whole of Quebec had heard about it. Park Cheon-shin was no exception either. Triple Group has once again been humiliated in Northampton. Being slapped a fine is a small matter, but our image will be utterly ruined because of it. Park Cheon-shin immediately contacted Horace. Horace, look what you've done. I gave you one last chance, didn't I? It was such a simple task, but you couldn't even do a proper job. Park Cheon-shin was infuriated. Mr. Park, Horace was on the verge of tears. Come to South City to receive your death sentence. If you don't, your wife and daughter will take your place. Park Cheon-shin growled into the phone. What's wrong? What's gotten you so worked up, Mr. Park? Lee Jae-shik, who happened to be beside him, questioned him, with a smile. Master, the antique artifacts that I'd planned to give you were robbed from us. This is the same person who had injured your disciple, along with my son. The Protector Chapter 518. Master, I specially arranged for those artifacts to be ours, but someone just had to get in my way. He didn't just rob us of those 10 artifacts, rather, he had even humiliated Triple Group and had us fined. Park Cheon-shin's breathing had turned erratic due to anger. Lee Jae-shik's expression changed subtly as he asked, is he difficult to deal with? It seems like this isn't the first time he's caused you trouble. Well, yes. He's a rather slippery fellow. But if we want to execute Triple Group's plan, Northampton must be tackled. This is the key to moving forward. So, I hope that you can help us in dealing with this issue, Master. Park Cheon-shin explained with a cold glint in his eyes. Lee Jae-shik conducted a brief analysis before replying, so, at the end of the day, Morris Group is the one pulling the strings. Yes. I've received news that has confirmed that even the Rogers family from Northampton is under Morris Group's control. The owner of Morris Group is very mysterious and has powerful forces behind him. It was he who had taken down Scott Yates, the former ruler of Quebec. Just speaking about it made fear creep up along Park Cheon-shin's insides. All right. Then send out an invitation to Morris Group in the name of Triple Group. And request for a negotiation. A buyover or a collaboration, it doesn't matter. If they refuse, I will use force to get rid of all the obstacles. So you do what you have to do. Lee Jae-shik affirmed coldly. Park Cheon-shin's eyes lit up. Thank you, Master. I was just thinking of a way to cause a stir in Morris Group. That would give us a chance to eliminate them. Negotiation is the perfect solution. If the negotiation were a success, Morris Group would concede defeat. If the negotiation failed, he would have an excuse to get rid of Morris Group. With the top Taekwondo master on his side, he feared no one. When it comes to negotiations, kindness and severity go hand in hand. Choi Hongman, follow him to the negotiation. Lee Jae-shik gave his orders to the man standing next to him, who was close to 2 meters in height, bearing a weight of more than 200 pounds. Yes, Master. Choi Hongman nodded. He was the champion of Korea's free fighting competition, and not once did he lose, in all the years he had participated. More than half the opponents he defeated had lost their lives, while the rest were either crippled or had spiraled into depression. He was known as the human-sized weapon. Later on, his already impressive fighting skills improved when Li Jaeshik took him under his wing. Since then, Choi Hongman was practically invincible. Li Dayong and Li Dezhong combined were not even a match for him. He was also rumored to be bulletproof. Park Cheon-shin was overjoyed. Okay. No problem. I'll send my most capable subordinate to lead the negotiation. Over the years, she has never failed when discussing a collaboration. With Choi Hongman backing her, this matter can be resolved, without the need for you to personally step in. The next day, the general manager of Triple Group in Arudaya was switched out for someone else. A woman took over Horace's position. No one knew about Horace's whereabouts. The woman was from a rather unique background. Firstly, she was an Arudayan. Secondly, she was Park Cheon-shin's nephew, Lee Young-jin's fiancé, and they two of them would be marrying in 5 days. According to the rules and regulations set by Triple Group headquarters, it was compulsory for the general manager to be an Arudayan. Park Cheon-shin planned to control all the assets under Triple Group through this arrangement. As of recent, Triple Group had been thrown into the center of public scrutiny, with the people possessing contradicting opinions about them. Nonetheless, their reputation suffered a great hit and they were currently being torn apart by various markets in Northampton. Under the oppression from many parties, Triple Group was losing its footing in Northampton. At Morris Group, Ms. Annabelle, just a while ago Triple Group had sent someone over to invite us to a negotiation. It will be held in a conference room in Dynasty Hotel this afternoon. They had wanted to discuss the future development in Northampton. Iris' assistant relayed the message to her. What is Triple Group up to this time? Displeasure lined Iris' features. Triple Group had been doing many shady things recently. They had even sent headhunters to target Morris Group's executives, to convince them to jump ships. Besides that, they had also been causing small disturbances to the distribution channels and merchants, disrupting Morris Group's normal operations. Although it did not harm the company's substantive interests, their little ploys were getting increasingly unbearable, day by day. Many employees at the company were beginning to complain, with all of them sending in requests for Iris to settle the matter. The Protector Chapter 519. I think that Triple Group wants to solve the problem once and for all. If we don't attend the negotiation, I'm afraid that those shameless BS will resort to playing dirty. I think that we should go too. Allowing them to continue harassing us like this just won't do. Yeah, it's fine even if they propose a collaboration. We can all make money and work together in Northampton's development. Iris contacted Neil after receiving everyone's opinions on the matter. Kiran replied that the big boss had also agreed to negotiate. But this time, we are the ones who have the upper hand, so we have to take the high road for it to stay that way. I don't think that the executives should go. Send Levi instead. Iris had a pensive look on her face. If we'd agreed to negotiate, still sending them an insignificant person to do it, it shows that we don't fear them. This would no doubt put pressure on Triple Group. Even if we end up collaborating, Morris Group will still benefit from it. Hey? You want to send Levi? We know where you're coming from, but sending him would only make things worse, don't you think so? Everyone was confused. No, no. You don't understand. Levi is an expert when it comes to these things. So, it's settled then. Iris stated. In truth, she had personal motives. She had wanted to promote Levi, but convincing the others was a real headache. The only way was to help him improve on his performance. She believed that letting him attend the negotiation with Triple Group would do the trick. What? Me? Levi was stunned as much as the others. I'll write down the points to be put forward during the negotiation, so all you have to do is follow them. Iris even made all the necessary preparations for Levi. She was doing everything in her power to give Levi that promotion. Little did she know that Levi was the boss of Morris Group. Fine. Just get Seth to send me there. Levi seemed slightly irked. As for the negotiation details Iris had written down, Levi did not even spare it a glance. Does Triple Group want to negotiate? Fat chance. Even getting down on their knees wouldn't suffice. Levi was curious to know just what Triple Group was up to. At 3 in the afternoon. In a conference room at Dynasty Hotel. The representatives of Triple Group were already present. A sophisticated and career-driven woman, who was clad in professional attire, was surrounded by a group of people. The moment she arrived, the other women present were overshadowed by her, paling in comparison. Her aura was too powerful. She was the newly appointed general manager of Triple Group, Lauren Fletcher. Lauren was a capable woman who had successfully made it into Southampton University and thereafter, went abroad to further her studies. After working for several years, she worked for a headhunting company under Triple Group. Her expertise was scouting talents from other companies for Triple Group. In the past 5 years, Lauren had broken the record by personally recruiting more than 370 talented individuals for Triple Group. Especially during times when Triple Group had implemented their corporate strategies on other companies, they would first release their headhunters to recruit those companies' talented and experienced individuals. Headhunting companies sounded fancy, but in the industry, they were considered to be insidious and loathsome occupations. All they did was steal employees from other companies. Besides being an expert headhunter, Lauren was an even better negotiator. As long as she was the one who was leading the negotiation, the deal would be closed. Park Cheon-shin had complete trust in her, and since she was also a local in Northampton, he decided to offer her the position as general manager in Triple Group. He had also arranged for the marriage between his nephew and her. Lauren trailed behind Choi Hong-man's gigantic figure. Everyone that he had passed shook in fear upon seeing him. Seth drove Levi to the meeting location and they arrived shortly after. Levi Garrison? What are you doing here? Lauren's face showed surprise when she saw Levi. The Protector Chapter 520. Lauren Fletcher. Levi immediately recognized her as well. He had been match-made with this woman, even before his high school years. It was because when they were both children, his adoptive parents had arranged for her to be his betrothed. Lauren's father, Isaac Fletcher, was good friends with Levi's adoptive father. The Fletchers were considered to be a prominent family, but they weren't up to the Garrison family's level. Not long after they had adopted Levi, Lauren was born. Hence, Isaac had put forth the idea of a childhood betrothal, with the intention of sinking his claws into the Garrison family. Although Levi's adoptive parents didn't quite approve of the Fletcher's status, they agreed to it anyway, since Levi was adopted. When Levi prospered, the Fletcher family was over the moon. After all, if Levi became a force to be reckoned with, it would prove that the Fletchers had bet on the right horse. Lauren had become infatuated with Levi, following him everywhere like a lovesick puppy. Ultimately, the Fletcher family had only agreed to sever all ties, upon seeing that Levi and Zoe had gotten together. Thereafter, they had cancelled the betrothal, spitting out threats that Levi would come to regret his decision. Since then, Lauren wasn't mentioned again and he had only heard that she had gone to study abroad. On the day of Levi's imprisonment, Isaac had even visited him to add insult to his injury. Lauren was also thrilled to know that Levi had been imprisoned, taking great pleasure in his misfortune. This was especially apparent when she found out that Zoe had been living a widow's life. Her heart had almost burst with elation. She had always held Zoe responsible for taking away what should have been hers. The title of Lady Boss of Levi Group should have been hers. Hee. You can still recognize me? Consider me impressed. Lauren smiled sweetly. Immediately after, the smile fell from her lips. What? You can't possibly be the one whom Morris Group has sent to negotiate on their behalf, right? I am. And you're representing Triple Group. Levi threw back a question at her. I'm guessing that you still don't know who I really am, Lauren smirked, while announcing in a mocking manner. Enlighten me. Levi raised his brows. Listen up. Standing before you is the general manager of Triple Group. Someone beside her immediately introduced. The man continued asking, and who might you be? How dare Morris Group send you to negotiate? Before Levi had the chance to speak, Lauren's assistant came over with a tablet, stating, Ms. Fletcher, Levi Garrison is a technical consultant at Morris Group. In fact, he doesn't have a proper position, it's merely an empty title. Besides, it was the supervisor of the technical department, Isaiah Wade, who had brought him in. In short, Levi Garrison was hired through connections. Lauren's smile grew upon hearing this. The headhunting company was the best at digging up information. They had already found out about Levi and his involvement with Morris Group, including those who had hated him. She knew everything that she had needed to know. According to the information that they had retrieved, most of the people at Morris Group were very dissatisfied about Levi getting hired through connections. He had been fired before, but later on, he had entered once again, through the back door. Morris Group had conducted a questionnaire with most hated employee as one of its questions. 80% of the employees wrote down Levi's name because all of them relied on their own abilities to earn a place in the company. Levi was the only one who got in, through the easy way. Levi, I thought that after you were released from prison, you would return to your former glory. I didn't expect you to be finished for good. I see that you're fooling around every day. How did you become this way? Lauren asked with a smile laced with venom. When she heard that Levi had come on behalf of Morris Group, her first thought was that he was the boss of Morris Group. After she read the detailed information on him, her heart finally eased. It turned out that Levi's imprisonment had taken a toll on him and that he was now completely useless. The Protector Chapter 521. I must say, I'm quite disappointed in you, Levi. You used to be a dark horse. Now, you've resorted to relying on your connections. Logically speaking, Morris Group should be yours. How did you end up as a small-time technical consultant? Lauren let out a derisive laugh. She was in a particularly good mood now. She was initially prepared to fight a hard battle. But in the end, it was her ex-fiancé from during her childhood, Levi Garrison, who had turned up. Not to mention, a completely ruined version of him. She was ecstatic and felt fully confident about the negotiation that was about to begin. Wait, Ms. Fletcher. Something's wrong. If Morris Group sent a useless person like him here, it means that they're not taking this negotiation seriously at all, her assistant exclaimed. The smug smile on Lauren's face immediately vanished. She had actually thought about this too. Did Morris Group deliberately send a useless person here? Doesn't that directly reflect their thoughts about this negotiation? Even if they're the ones who have the upper hand, they're blatantly disrespecting Triple Group. What is Morris Group trying to do? Did they send a piece of trash over, to humiliate us? Lauren threw the question to her assistant. She purposely raised her voice so that Levi could hear her. Her assistant replied, Ms. Fletcher, I've just received the confirmation. Levi Garrison is the person they had sent to negotiate on the company's behalf. He is authorized to make any decision. In that case, let's begin. Lauren ordered in a cold tone. While everyone was setting up the venue, Lauren approached Levi with a sneer. Levi, I really never expected us to meet again like this. I had never believed the statement that people had said, stating that everything in life is temporary until I had seen you once again. Oh, how things have changed. Levi nodded. Yet, you've grown so much since the last time I saw you. I know, right? You've changed even more though. The Garrisons were clearly billionaires who had successfully listed their company. What happened in less than a month to make them fall so low? Now, all of the Garrisons are barely scraping by. They're all just a pathetic bunch. They used to be so high and mighty. Even though your father and mine were good friends, I knew that your father looked down on my family and saw us as peasants. But now, my family has a market value of 2 billion. I'm also the general manager of Triple Group in Arudaya. We are the ones looking down on your family. Now, including you. All of you are merely fit to lick the dirt from our boots. Lauren abruptly changed the topic. Of course, you're not doing too bad. At least, you can still fulfill your basic needs, but you're still considered a lowlife. Levi, who remained silent the entire time, sighed softly when she was done. Reality is simply too cruel. A pure and kind little girl had turned into this kind of person. One side of Lauren's mouth lifted. You can sigh all you want, but the reality is a B. Don't look down on others, because you'll never know when they would rise and walk all over you. That's what we Fletchers are doing right now, walking all over the Garrisons. Levi wasn't angered by her words, but Seth, on the other hand, couldn't continue listening to her insults anymore. When Lauren noticed that, she announced with a smile, all right, enough talk about this. My wedding is in 5 days. I'm marrying Lee Young-jin, the nephew of Triple Group's regional general manager, Park Cheon-shin. You must come, yes? Here's the invitation. Levi accepted the invitation from her hand, with surprise sprawled across his face. A Kyrian. Yet, he's a greatly valued executive of Triple Group and owns company shares too. Even the old you can't compare to him. Lauren flaunted arrogantly. Levi smiled in response. Sure. I'll be there. The Protector Chapter 522. When Levi ignored her jab at him, Lauren immediately softened her tone. Changing tactics. Oh well, no matter what, we grew up together, Levi. I'm like a sister to you, am I not? You'll come for my wedding no matter what, right? Lauren had wanted Levi to attend her wedding so that he would realize that choosing Zoe over her was the biggest mistake of his life. All right. I'll definitely attend your wedding. Although he felt nauseated by the current Lauren, she was still his childhood betrothed, and he had regarded her as a younger sister. Since she was going to get married, he would attend her wedding just for the sake of it. Lauren nodded in satisfaction. Don't forget to dress up nicely too. I wish you happiness. Levi offered her a bland smile. Lauren hesitated for a brief moment. Truth be told, she didn't have any feelings for Lee Young-jin. Nonetheless, because of his status as Park Cheon-shin's nephew, as well as his competency, Lauren had agreed to marry him. She wanted to gain more power for herself, as well as for her family so that they could become a noble family. Park Cheon-shin suggested a marriage between her and his nephew because he saw her potential. Once Lauren became his daughter-in-law, all of Triple Group's assets would be his to control. In fact, he had wanted to kick Horace out of Triple Group a long time ago. However, the higher UPS from the headquarters did not allow that, because the position could only be occupied by a capable Erudian. Coincidentally, Horace had been showing poor work performance as of recently. Thus, Park Cheon-shin successfully had him sacked and allowed Lauren to replace him. Lauren was currently so excited that she had immediately called her father. Isaac. Dad, guess what? I ran into Levi Garrison. He has promised to attend my wedding. Ha ha ha. Really? That's wonderful. We'll show him exactly who the Fletchers are, along with how outstanding my daughter is. He's the one who isn't worthy of you. Damn that piece of trash. Isaac shared his daughter's excitement. He wanted Levi to witness Lauren's monumental wedding and regret his choice. Back then. Ms. Fletcher, everything is ready. Please, have a seat, informed her assistant. At the same time, Levi moved to take his seat, across from hers. Lauren glanced at Levi with disdain gleaming in her eyes and proclaimed, "The negotiation has officially begun. I'm sure that you know the current situation. I want to hear your take on it." "Sure. Then, I'll go ahead first." With that, Levi got down to business. Firstly, Triple Group must pay back the 80 billion that they've stolen from Scott Yates' faction. This huge sum of money is supposed to be for the development of Quebec. Triple Group isn't allowed to do anything until the money has been paid. Before anyone could react, he continued, "Secondly, make a public apology and confess to all the crimes that Triple Group has committed over these past few years. Thirdly, Triple Group must either get lost from Erudia, or follow its laws. These 3 points are what I want to bring across." After Levi was done saying his piece, silence blanketed the room. Lauren was dumbfounded. Everyone had varying expressions on their faces. Even Seth was wearing a look of utter disbelief on his face. "Aren't you going a little overboard, Mr. Garrison? Everyone knows that Quebec is dominated by Triple Group now. Nonetheless, he spoke such arrogant words. Did he just tell Triple Group to get lost? Has he gone mad? Who in Quebec has the balls to do what he has just done?" It took Lauren a whole minute to return to her senses. "Levi, what nonsense are you spouting? When did Triple Group steal 80 billion? From Scott Yates? Where did you hear that rumor?" Lauren angrily rebuked. She was, in fact, shocked on the inside. How did he know? Rumor? Ha ha ha, Levi burst out laughing. Has Lauren become as shameless as Triple Group too? The truth will always come to light. Triple Group shouldn't assume that their shady dealings will remain hidden forever. That money was specially gathered to support the construction and development of Quebec. Unfortunately, Triple Group had the guts to take that money. How preposterous! The Protector Chapter 523. The moment he proclaimed as such, even Lauren was taken aback. Her anxiety spiked because Triple Group was actually still losing sleep over that money. Firstly, the amount involved was simply too enormous. Secondly, that sum of money was specially funded by South City. Hence, they had tried their best to do charity, in order to clear their guilty conscience. Mentioning that sum of money was a direct hit on Triple Group's weakness. Levi repeated in a chilly tone, "Today's negotiation will revolve around the 3 points that I had stated. Number 1, return the money. Number 2, make a public apology. Number 3, either get lost or obey the law. His words were simply too cool. Seth was so awestruck that he had almost cried. Mr. Garrison is a real man. Lauren was beyond stunned. The negotiation wasn't supposed to go like this. Even so, what the hell is this? Didn't you say that you were getting married? Triple Group has 5 days. Don't blame me for being merciless if you fail. Levi gave them a deadline. Levi, the points I was going to bring up today were. Lauren was cut off mid-sentence. I'm sorry to say this, but you have no right to do so. Since you've asked for a negotiation, everything is up to me. Levi left no room for discussion. Fine. So, you mean that everything you say is equivalent to Morris Group's decision? Lauren scoffed. Of course. Since I'm here, it means that I represent the entire Morris Group. Levi nodded. Are you sure that this is how you want today's negotiation to go? Yes. Lauren's lips curled in disdain. Then, can you bear the consequences? Bear the consequences? I think that I should be the one asking Triple Group this question. I'm only giving you 5 days. If you don't do what I have asked, I will personally take everything back and drive Triple Group out of Arudaya. Levi sounded impassive as though he was talking about the weather. Ha ha ha. Everyone, including Lauren, erupted into fits of laughter. Drive Triple Group out of Arudaya? He must be crazy to be able to say something like this, right? Even the leaders of South City have turned a blind eye to this matter. Who in Quebec would dare to go head-to-head with Triple Group? A measly company like Morris Group? They're indeed a tough nut to crack, but they're still nothing, compared to Triple Group. Levi, do you really think that you possess authority just because they had sent you here to negotiate? They clearly did that as a mere formality, but you've seriously thought that you were some kind of important person. Lauren snickered. Oh, and what about you? Stop dwelling over unimportant matters and just relay my message to your superior. Levi retorted. Who dares to speak so arrogantly? Just then, a voice sounded, as a voice sounded out, speaking in imperfect English. Lee Youngjin appeared in a suit. Honey, this is the guy who I was betrothed to when I was a child. Now, he's just a piece of trash. Lauren whispered. Lee Youngjin glanced at Levi, with the surprise filling his eyes before sneering. My dear, he isn't worthy of you. So, you're the one who wants to drive Triple Group out of Arudaya. Lee Youngjin sized Levi up with a contemptuous look. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunderous footsteps shook the ground as Choi Hong Man, who was 2 meters tall, bearing a weight of more than 200 pounds, appeared. He resembled a god, as he looked down his nose at Levi and Seth. Seth could feel the dangerous aura that Choi Hong Man was emanating. Immediately explaining, don't get the wrong idea. We have only come to relay the message. This is our boss' decision. Seth didn't want to cause a conflict. He felt that Levi was no match for Choi Hong Man, so he chose to retreat for now. Yes. I was the one who had said that. So why don't you try and see what would happen if you failed to deliver, on the 3 points I've just stated, within 5 days. Levi stared straight at Lee Youngjin, answering his question. Oh no. Seth gave himself a mental slap. Levi was stepping forth, full throttle. C. H. O-H. O. N. G. M. A. N. T. O. O. K. A. M. E. N. A. C. I. N. G. S. T. Rid. E. F. O. R. W. A R D A S H E A N N O U N C E D N A F R O S T Y T O N E T R Y A N D S E E. The Protector Chapter 524. Choi Hongman's gigantic body resembled that of a beast's. His booming voice sounded like thunder, and he gave off an extremely intimidating aura. Everyone retreated out of fear, including Lauren, leaving Levi and Choi Hongman in the middle. Choi Hongman glared at Levi, as though he were a predator, with Levi being his sole prey. Seth looked on anxiously, knowing full well that he would be beaten to a pulp if he had faced off against Choi Hongman. He's an amazing fighter. Levi's in deep trouble this time. You'll know the consequences in 5 days. Levi declared with a smug grin. Let's go. Levi turned around to leave, with Seth following him closely. Boom. Without warning, Choi Hongman dragged Seth over and pinned him down against a chair. Seth froze up, his reflexes as an ex-military scout failing to kick in. He could only stare at Choi Hongman in shock as he was held hostage, in a tight grip against the chair. Seth was utterly shocked. He's too powerful. He's stronger than I had thought. Levi won't stand a chance against him. We're done for. Who has given you permission to leave? The negotiations are not over yet. Choi Hongman bellowed, making the ground shake. Lauren and her party roared in excitement. Levi's manipulative tactics had made them hesitant to put forward their terms. And Choi Hongman had proved that violence was the only way to get them out of this sticky situation. That's right. Lauren jeered. We haven't even put forward our terms yet. Why are you leaving? Lee Yoongjin scoffed. That's really rude of you. Do you really think that we're going to back down so easily? Yet. You shouldn't be walking out just like that. The party from Triple Group started to grow cocky. Choi Hongman pointed at Levi and yelled in broken English, You. Come. Sit. Levi grinned. Can't you just let me leave? Ha ha ha. Lee Yoongjin and Lauren exchanged looks and burst into laughter. They glanced at Choi Hongman to put across a signal to Levi that he would have to get past Choi Hongman first before he could leave. Lauren left the room after that. Park Cheon-shin had given her 2 schemes for the negotiations and had instructed her to let Choi Hongman threaten the Morris Group party if things went south. In fact, the second scheme was to mobilize Choi Hongman. What was to follow after that was none of her business. Be gentle, Mr. Choi, she had announced earlier on with a grin. I need him to show up at my wedding. Lee Yoongjin left after shooting Levi a look. It was time for Choi Hongman to shine. The party from Triple Group filed out of the room and closed the door behind them. Did you hear me? Choi Hongman bellowed, glaring at Levi. Levi merely stared at him. Let that person go. This is not your country, and you have no right to act like you own the place. Levi's voice was calm yet authoritative, as though he was leading an army of 1,000,000 men. It could make anyone who was listening to him cower in fear. Even Choi Hongman was startled for a second, but he soon regained his footing. Quickly. Humph. I do not let people go easily. You too. He charged forward upon uttering those words. Despite possessing a burly body, he moved at what seemed to be lightning speed. Before anyone could react, he had already grabbed Levi by the shoulders, ready to throw him onto a chair. Levi was close to 2 meters tall, but that was nothing compared to the 200-pound wall of muscle before him. Seth and his allies closed their eyes in defeat. The Protector Chapter 525. However, to Choi Hongman's horror, Levi did not even move a single inch. He was shocked, very shocked. He could throw an elephant into the air with ease, yet Levi stood rooted to the ground, no matter how hard he had tried to lift him. "Get out!" Levi shouted all of a sudden, his booming voice echoing across the room. Boom! To everyone's shock, Choi Hongman staggered backward, due to the sheer force of Levi's voice, only stopping after crashing into the table in the middle of the room. His eyes were filled with fear, yet, he refused to back down. "You're asking for trouble!" Choi Hongman hollered like a feral beast before charging forward once again. Boom! He leaped into the air like a cannonball before crashing down onto the table's end. Chairs explosively. Everyone staggered backwards from the shockwave that he had created, its searing heat almost burning through their skins. Crack! The tables and chairs crumbled into a pile of debris under his weight. Choi Hongman had gone all out. Seth hissed in fear. "He's simply too strong." A single kick from Choi Hongman could break a stone apart. Choi Hongman howled, as the veins on his legs popped. Boom! Levi's bangs fluttered in the air, as the vibrations that Choi Hongman was creating had soon shaken the room around them. Choi Hongman focused all his energy on his right leg, ready to deal a fatal strike. He was confident that he could shatter the thickest walls in the world with one kick, let alone a scrawny man like Levi Garrison. Levi has become dead meat. Seth had lost all hope. He's too strong. Simply too strong. He's a one-man army. No wonder he's the best fighter in Korea. He's like a battle-weathered sword. No wonder everyone calls him a human-sized weapon. Levi stood rooted to the ground, as though he was frightened out of his wits as well. However, just seconds before Choi Hongman's leg made contact with his head, his fist flew out like a released spring. He punched Choi Hongman squarely in the leg, creating a deafening boom that had almost caused everyone's eardrums to burst. "It's over. There's no way that Levi has survived that." However, much to everyone's surprise, Choi Hongman was launched into the air, as though he had been rammed into by a car. His right leg was bent at a weird angle. Crack! 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 Choi Hongman's body reduced a dozen tables into dust and shattered the glass door, yet his momentum did not diminish by a single bit. He flew outwards for another few seconds and crashed through the railings of the second floor, hurtling towards the first floor. Meanwhile, Lauren and Lee Youngjin walked in, side by side towards the first floor lobby. "What do you think Choi Hongman is planning to do to Levi, honey?" Lauren asked with a wide smile. Lee Youngjin scoffed. "That man is a beast. There is simply no way that Levi Garrison could survive all of that." "That's great!" Lauren chirped happily. Levi's arrogant attitude had angered her immensely, and she was more than willing when it came to witnessing Levi getting himself crushed by Choi Hongman. "All right. I think it's about time we head back." The two of them returned to the meeting room, only to be greeted by a loud crash. What's that?" Lee Youngjin exclaimed in terror. A huge figure plummeted down from the second floor. The Protector Chapter 526. Lauren froze in her tracks and Lee Youngjin started to tremble in fear. Crash! The figure landed heavily, with a thud, making the ground shake as though an earthquake had just occurred. Choi Hongman's body spasmed, as he frothed at the mouth, spewing out a mixture of blood and teeth all over his face. What in the world is going on? Lauren stammered. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Did a person just fly out? Li Yongjin asked. Perplexedly, seeming as though he had been utterly confused. Let's go in and take a look. Lauren exclaimed, setting off into a run. Yet. Maybe it's Levi. Li Yongjin added. Soon, they arrived at the spot where the person had landed, only to see Choi Hongman having a seizure on the ground. What? They exclaimed in unison. Choi Hongman? Why are you here? Where is Levi Garrison? The two of them stared at Choi Hongman, dumbfounded. This is outrageous. After a while, Choi Hongman stopped moving completely. It was almost as though his soul had left his body. Why would a champion fighter get thrown out of his arena so easily? How did he end up on the first floor? How is this even possible? This, Li Yongjin was at a loss for words. He would never be able to forget the scene that he had just witnessed. As a Korean, he knew just how strong Choi Hongman was. To Koreans, Choi Hongman was an undefeatable force, with rumors stating that his body was immune to all types of weapons. Once, he had managed to wipe out an entire cult, despite being shot in the chest 7 times. The bullets had merely pierced through his skin, leaving both his organs and bones unharmed. His body was impenetrable. What in the world happened just now? This is unbelievable. What are you waiting for? Send him to the hospital. Li Yongjin screeched. I'm going to find Levi Garrison. Lauren yelled back, as she bounded up the stairs. To her horror, there was no one in the meeting room. Levi was long gone. I'm certain that someone from Morris Group had swooped in to save him. Lauren muttered to herself in anguish. Who could be stronger than Choi Hongman? Meanwhile, in South City, Park Cheon-shin received a call from his nephew Li Yongjin. Hey? What happened? Park Cheon-shin exclaimed, dumbfounded. Levi Garrison beat Choi Hongman up. He's in the hospital now, and we don't know if he'll survive, Li Yongjin stammered nervously. Park Cheon-shin's phone fell to the ground with a loud thud, as he stared off into the distance, with a shocked look upon his face. What's wrong? Were you actually convinced that Choi Hongman was undefeatable? Lee Jae-shik asked calmly as he sipped on his tea. Park Cheon-shin glanced at him in disbelief. Did you see this coming, master? Of course I did. Lee Jae-shik answered. Even a random security guard from Morris Group can defeat Lee De-yong and Lee De-jong. What makes you think that Choi Hongman is any stronger? Are you sure, master? Park Cheon-shin asked. Haha. Only strong ones are worthy of my attention. It'll be pretty disappointing if Choi Hongman had wiped him out with one strike, Lee Jae-shik announced. Smiling. Park Cheon-shin grinned as well. I should ask them about the negotiations. Taking out his phone, he soon began to dial a string of numbers. The Protector Chapter 527. What? You're only giving us 5 days' time. Park Cheon-shin yelled, with his fists clenched. After hanging up, he relayed Levi's 3 warnings to Lee Jae-shik. Bang! Lee Jae-shik slammed his palm against the table. How dare they threaten to kick us out of Arudaya? It's simply ridiculous. Master, please calm down. Park Cheon-shin pleaded. We need your help. Of course I'll help you. Lee Jae-shik exclaimed, his eyes alight with a furious flame. All 3 of his disciples had been beaten up, becoming utterly humiliated, and he could no longer tolerate it. Master, my nephew's wedding is in 5 days' time, Park Cheon-shin reminded him. Can we settle this after his wedding? Sure. I would also like to invite you to his wedding, master. I'm sure that it'll make the wedding unforgettable for everyone there. Park Cheon-shin pleaded. Of course. We'll head straight to Northampton after the wedding to settle the score with Morris Group. Lee Yoongjin relayed the message to Lauren immediately after he had received it. What? Master Lee is going to attend our wedding? Lauren exclaimed excitedly. Her gloominess from earlier completely gone. My uncle told me to focus on the wedding and to ignore Morris Group for the time being. Lee Yoongjin relayed. We need to get the media's attention too. The wedding was not just a wedding, it was a publicity stunt by Triple Group. Soon, news of their wedding spread to every corner of Northampton, with headlines such as, the general manager of Triple Group Arudaya branch, Lauren Fletcher, to get married to the nephew of the chief manager of Triple Group Arudaya branch, at Bayfront Manor in 5 days' time, taking over the front page of every local newspaper. In addition to that, the residents of Northampton were shocked to find out that the renowned master of Taekwondo, Lee Jae-shik, also known as the chief instructor of the Korean army, was going to be one of the witnesses at the wedding. The news shook everyone in Northampton, along with the entire Quebec region to its core. The public had been eyeing the wedding for a long time, but they had not expected someone as well known as Lee Jae-shik to grace the wedding with his presence. The sheer publicity the wedding was getting was unbelievable. Everyone looked forward to the day of the wedding with much excitement. Meanwhile, in the Fletcher family mansion. That's amazing. We should thank the gods for this. Isaac Fletcher exclaimed in high spirits. Lauren's grandfather Jensen hobbled over on his walking stick, trembling in excitement. What? Master Lee is going to attend the wedding as well? That's right, Dad. Isaac announced, his voice trembling. His presence is worth more than any other celebrity. Only someone like Benny Quinton will be able to compare to him. He respected a foreigner more than his own countrymen. Ha ha ha. We truly have been blessed by God. Jensen exclaimed, with a hearty laugh as he gazed at Lauren lovingly. That's right. Sam affirmed as happy tears rolled down her face. My daughter has become a general manager and is now getting married to a Korean. Furthermore, a well-respected master is attending her wedding too. I'm so happy for you, Lauren. Wow, imagine what would have happened if she had chosen to marry Levi. Instead, Isaac sighed. That would be terrible. That scumbag doesn't deserve my granddaughter. Jensen growled out loud. When Levi chose to marry Zoe all those years back, Jensen had taken it upon himself to beg, in front of Joseph Garrison, only to be humiliated by the entire Garrison family. He would never forget the shame that he had felt that day. The Protector Chapter 528. Before I forget, please ensure that you have invited Joseph Garrison to the wedding. I need him to know what my granddaughter deserves. Jensen added. I need to get my revenge. Of course. I'll pay a visit to the Garrison family right now. Isaac agreed, as he got into his car and made his way to the Garrison family's home. The Garrison family had lost all of their assets to Levi, all except the house they had stayed in. They were basically a bunch of forgotten souls. The luxury cars that had used to line their yard were all gone, now replaced by motorcycles and a Mercedes-Benz. Isaac felt thoroughly refreshed, looking at such a gloomy sight. Oh, how the tables have turned. Don't you remember how you had used to humiliate us as though we were your slaves? Everything is different now. You've fallen from grace, while the Fletchers have risen up to the top. Isaac laughed at the thought of that. Doesn't it sound ridiculous? Isaac? Why are you here? A voice ran out. Isaac looked up to see Levi's adoptive parents, Ben and Winnie, walking towards him with confused expressions on their faces. They approached him with much trepidation. "Where's Joseph Garrison?" Isaac scoffed, with his hands in his pockets. He could not bear to look at Joseph in the eyes for the longest time, but everything was different now. He no longer saw Joseph Garrison as a threat. Soon, the entire Garrison family gathered themselves in the yard. "What's wrong, Mr. Fletcher?" Joseph asked apprehensively. Ever since their reputation had gone down the drain, the Garrison family's self-confidence had spiraled downhill. Joseph kept his head down as much as possible. As a result, "I'm here to announce that my daughter's wedding is in 5 days' time. All of you must ensure that you are present on that day," Isaac ordered. "Congratulations! We'll definitely be there." "Thank you for the invite, Joseph," thanked with a smile. Isaac's grin grew wider. "Do you know how capable my daughter is? Her year-end bonuses, as the general manager of the Arudia branch of Triple Group, could be as high as 200 million. Her fiancé is a member of the Lee family, the founders of Triple Group. He holds at least 10 billion worth of shares. Even you couldn't compare to them at your peak." "That's amazing!" Joseph exclaimed. "Ms. Lauren is a genius. Glad to see that you've acknowledged it," Isaac proclaimed smugly as he glanced at the other members of the Garrison family. "Don't you remember how arrogant you had looked when we had begged you not to void the marriage agreement?" Joseph could feel his cheeks heating up in shame. "He's striking back. Oh, by the way, didn't you say that Levi deserves better than my daughter? Look what has happened since then. Ha ha ha." Isaac continued forth with a laugh. However, his smile melted off his face swiftly, as he had yet to receive an answer from the Garrisons. They had been replying enthusiastically to his every statement, yet they fell silent. The moment he had mentioned Levi, their faces began to darken as they glared at Isaac. Isaac began to get annoyed. "What? Are you still skeptical of my daughter?" Ben and Winnie exchanged looks and nodded. "That's right. Levi deserves better," they cried out in unison. The others remained silent, but their stand was clear. "Lauren Fletcher is no match for Levi. He's the god of war, for goodness sake. Your daughter doesn't deserve a man like him." The Protector Chapter 529. "What?" Isaac flew into a rage the moment he had heard those words. "What makes you think that Levi is better than my daughter?" he demanded, jabbing his finger into Ben's face. "So what if he had used to be a tycoon in the city? My daughter leads the Triple Group. Don't you know how powerful Triple Group is? Don't you know who my daughter is getting married to? Levi Garrison is nothing compared to my daughter, and that's a hard fact." "Ha ha ha!" Ben jeered. "Oh, Isaac, why are you so proud of the fact that your daughter is getting married to a foreigner, and is sucking up to foreign executives? Is it really something to boast about? Besides, it doesn't matter what position she holds in her company. She'll never be good enough for my son," he added with a cold grin. "That's right. What's there to be proud of, about working for a Kyrian company? Dream on." The crowd buzzed around Isaac, as they continued to hurl insults at him. Despite all the despicable things that they had done, along with the questionable morals that some of the members had, the Garrisons were die-hard patriots. They did not see marrying a Kyrian as something to be proud of. Isaac, on the other hand, stomped his foot in anger. "How dare you? Things are different now. Stop being so arrogant," he hollered. "Isaac, we're more than happy to be able to attend your daughter's wedding," Ben announced. "However, Levi can't be there. You'll regret it if he shows up." "That's right," Winnie agreed. "You'll be the one who will come to regret your actions, rather than him. He'll outshine everyone at the wedding. He'll make your entire family regret everything, Joseph added. However, Isaac refused to believe them. I don't care. He'd better show up at the wedding, he yelled. Just how is he going to outshine my future son-in-law? He did not believe in superstitions or prophecies. After he had departed, Ben sighed and muttered, "What an idiot. He's making the same mistakes as we had." That night, at Bayview Garden. "Levi, look. The girl that you had gotten set up with is getting married to that handsome Kyrian boy," Zoe exclaimed with a smile. "I know that. Everyone's talking about it," Levi announced, with a slight hint of annoyance in his voice. "Are you regretting everything now? Lauren's so pretty and talented," Zoe asked, staring into his eyes. "Since when did you learn how to get on my nerves?" Levi quipped as he reached out to tickle her. Zoe evaded his tickle attacks and pleaded for mercy. "I'm sorry, darling. By the way, did you get an invite to her wedding?" "That's right. I've already confirmed our attendance," he answered. Zoe clenched her fists. "We need to take this seriously. I'll buy you a set of clothes tomorrow." "There's no need for that," Levi uttered with a smile. "I already have the perfect outfit for the occasion." He had decided to show up at Lauren's wedding, donning his God of War attire. The Protector Chapter 530. "That's great!" Zoe exclaimed, nodding profusely. "I think that I'll decide to stay out of this. The Fletchers aren't particularly fond of me." "Haha!" Levi laughed. "She's like a sister to me. She's not someone whom I'll marry." Zoe grinned. "Oh, darling, you're so ignorant. She doesn't see you as a big brother. Why don't you make it up to her with a gift? Here, take this." She handed him a credit card, earning her a few affectionate head rubs from Levi. Only Zoe could be this kind. Any other woman would have barred me from attending any wedding, let alone the wedding of someone whom my parents had set me up with, all those years ago. I won't even receive an allowance to buy gifts with." Levi smiled. "Why didn't I think of that? Thanks for the money. I'll make sure to buy the best gift that I can find." Afterward, he told Azure Dragon to prepare a gift for Lauren at the wedding. Meanwhile, Triple Group began to infiltrate every sector of the Northampton economy, prior to the wedding so as to wriggle their way back into the market. The wedding was nothing more than a tool to establish their footing in Northampton. Everything that they had been doing was nothing more than the prelude to absolute control. On the other hand, Levi told his forces to hold still and leave them alone. 4 days passed in a blink, and it was soon the day before Lauren and Lee Youngjin's wedding. The Fletcher family was ready for the wedding, and Bayfront Manor was transformed into a wedding venue. "I bet that no one would want to miss out on my daughter's wedding," Isaac joked, with a proud laugh. "Take a seat, everyone. You'll officially belong to the Lee family tomorrow, Lauren," Jensen congratulated her happily. "You're making us proud." The Fletchers beamed at one another. Meanwhile, Lauren stood before the mirror, trying out gown after gown as she tried to pick one that would bring out her beauty the most. "I'll be the star of the show tomorrow. I'll show them how irreplaceable I truly am. I'll make them regret every insult that they've uttered." "Who would you like to see the most tomorrow, Lauren?" Sam asked. "Levi Garrison," Lauren answered, a cold glint flashing across her eyes. The Fletchers knew how hurt Lauren had been when Levi had chosen Zoe over her, hence, her love for him had turned into hatred, as time went by. She despised him. She told herself that she would work hard to outshine everyone, in order to prove herself worthy. She had been waiting for the day where she would rise above Zoe and Levi and be able to look down upon them. I'll make him regret everything. I'll walk down the aisle with a man 100 times better than you right before your eyes. You don't deserve to be my husband. Just you wait. Lauren wished that time could pass faster. She longed to see the looks of remorse on Levi's and his family members' faces. The Fletchers continued their light-hearted banter as Jensen turned on the TV. According to an overseas sources, a necklace named the Love of the World was sold at an auction for $800 million. The buyer was rumored to be an Erudian, as the necklace is currently being shipped towards Erudia. I heard that the necklace is used as a wedding gift. It's represented pure and innocent love for centuries. I wonder which lucky Erudian bride it's going to. The news piqued the interest of the Fletchers, particularly Lauren. Lee Youngjin had prepared a limited edition necklace, as a token of love, which had cost him millions. All her friends had been awestruck by its beauty. The Protector Chapter 531. Her face fell, the moment she saw the necklace on screen. I wish it belonged to me. I'll be the prettiest bride on earth if I wore that to my wedding. Whatever. I won't be the one who is getting that necklace, she uttered, sighing dejectedly. Before break time, Lauren gave Levi a call to remind him about the wedding. Don't worry, I won't forget about it, he assured her. I've even gotten a gift for you. Gift? Lauren scoffed. What gift can you even afford? You'll see tomorrow. Levi proclaimed with a grin. The next day, the wedding of Lauren and Lee Youngjin was in full swing, and Bayfront Manor was filled with excited guests. Luxury car after luxury car pulled up in front of the entrance as hordes of guests alighted from them, carrying mountains of gifts in their arms. The Yeomans of Northampton wishes the bride and groom all the best for their future endeavors. We are the Jeffersons of Northampton. Greetings. I am Dylan Hunt, CEO of Skyward Group. To the Fletchers' surprise, none of their own contacts showed up at the wedding. Ha ha ha. It looks like we're finally getting noticed by the nobility. Jensen announced, with a wide grin. Glenn Rogers, master of the Rogers family. Eric Robinson, master of the Robinson family. Wallace Henderson, master of the Henderson family. The Fletchers stared in shock, as more guests arrived at the manor. All of them were the masters of the most prominent families of Northampton. They represented the cream of the crop in Northampton. In particular, the Fletchers rejoiced, when Glenn Rogers had appeared at the entrance of the manor. Glenn was the richest man in Northampton, and the Fletchers had not expected him to show up at Lauren and Lee Youngjin's wedding. Haha. Since when did we become so popular? Jensen queried, his breath quickening. The Fletchers looked on, with their hearts thumping against their chests. Isaac grinned. Calm down, everyone. I'm sure that they're here because of Triple Group. That's right. I bet Triple Group had invited them. Everyone relaxed upon hearing Isaac's words. As time went on, more prominent figures of Northampton joined the party, making the grin on Lauren's face grow wider. I would never have guessed that my wedding would be such an important occasion to these Northampton tycoons. Do you see that, Levi Garrison? Lauren muttered to herself gleefully. This is how my wedding looks like. Even people like Winston Gonzalez and Glenn Rogers are here. You will never be good enough for me. She searched the crowd for him, but unfortunately, it was to no avail. However, the Garrison family had already arrived. Ha ha ha. Look who's here. The once glorious Garrison family. Isaac sneered. The crowd turned around to face the Garrisons. Why are they so shameless? Weren't they the ones who had voided the marriage agreement between Levi Garrison and Lauren Fletcher? Oh, how the tables have turned! How embarrassing! I wouldn't have dared to come if I had been one of them. Joseph pretended not to hear the various insults hurled their way. Congratulations, Miss Fletcher. I hope that you have no regrets about this. Joseph uttered, with a smile. What do you mean no regrets about this? Are you trying to say that she'll regret not marrying Levi? How ridiculous, the crowd scoffed. Don't worry. I won't regret this, Lauren affirmed with a grin, before changing the subject. By the way, where is Levi? The Protector Chapter 532. Ben smiled. He'll be here soon. He's the VIP of this wedding, after all. You should get ready for what's going to happen next. I don't want you to faint. On the altar, Winnie added. Not just you, Miss Fletcher. Tell your family to prepare themselves too, Joseph proclaimed. Especially you, Mr. Jensen Fletcher. I hope that your heart can handle it. The Fletchers flew into a rage almost immediately. What the hell do you mean, Joseph Garrison? Are you cursing my dad? Isaac yelled, jabbing his finger into Joseph's face. We aren't the same as we were before. My son-in-law is a shareholder of Triple Group, and my daughter is in charge of the Erudian branch of Triple Group. What about you? You're nothing but a bunch of dogs. What makes you think that Levi is better than Lauren? Ridiculous. The Fletchers jeered at the Garrisons relentlessly. Lauren scoffed. Thank you for your well wishes. In fact, I think that Levi should be the one preparing himself for the shock he's about to receive. My husband is a million times better than him, so shouldn't he be the one who's regretting everything? Ben burst into laughter. Oh, trust me. You're going to be the one who will regret everything, he murmured flippantly. Besides, our sole fate depends on Levi. He can make us the richest family of Quebec if he'd wanted to, let alone North Hampton. The Garrisons looked at the Fletchers smugly. Despite everything Levi had claimed, the Garrisons still regarded him as one of them. They were proud of him. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into raucous laughter. What's wrong with them? What makes them think that we don't know how Levi Garrison's doing? He's just a useless scumbag that goes around beating up security guards. The jeering continued, as Lauren crossed her arms across her chest and stared at the Garrisons, mockingly. Levi is nothing when compared to me. What's wrong, darling? Lee Youngjin asked, walking over to join her. Dressed smartly in a suit, he outshone every other man in the manor, the moment he had stepped in. Wow! He's so handsome. Isn't he a shareholder of Triple Group and a descendant of Triple Group's founder? I'm so envious of Lauren. The crowd buzzed in excitement and surprise, and it began to further inflate Lauren's ego. Do you see that? Everyone admires my husband. You'll never compare to him, Levi Garrison. Several tycoons of Northampton, some of them no less affluent than Joseph Garrison at his peak, crowded around Lee Youngjin, in an attempt to offer him their name cards. Lee Youngjin caught everyone's attention, the moment he had appeared. Lauren Fletcher is so lucky. How did she manage to find someone like him, after getting dumped by Levi Garrison? I bet Joseph Garrison regrets voiding the agreement all those years ago. The Protector Chapter 533. Look at how the Garrisons are doing now. How shameless of them. The crowd smirked at them. They said that I'll regret everything once I had seen Levi. Lauren whispered to Lee Youngjin, who soon burst into laughter. You're so funny. Even the son of the richest man in Northampton won't compare to me, let alone someone as insignificant as Levi Garrison, he announced, glancing at the Garrisons. Just ignore them, darling. Those pieces of trash aren't worth your attention. He did not even regard the Garrisons as people, as he believed that they were nothing, compared to Triple Group, even while at their peak. Lauren looked at the Garrisons smugly, although their stony expressions had succeeded in causing her annoyance. Wait, something feels amiss. Shouldn't they be wallowing in sorrow, now that they've witnessed everything? Why aren't they saying anything? The Fletchers were confused as well. Meanwhile, a motorcade was journeying on its way, from South City to North Hampton, carrying the VIPs of the wedding Park Cheon-shin and Lee Jae-shik. They were headed for the wedding, but their ultimate goal was to claim the entire Northampton market as their own. However, their convoy was stopped, the moment they had entered North Hampton. Seth Wilson approached their car warily. "What's going on?" Park Cheon-shin asked, with a displeased expression upon his face. They had a bad feeling about this. "May I ask who is the leader of Triple Group?" Seth queried. "It's me." "What's wrong?" Park Cheon-shin asked, as he alighted from his car. "Did you receive the warnings issued during the negotiations?" Seth asked. "Yes, I did," Park Cheon-shin answered, as he stared straight into Seth's eyes. "So? What is the decision? Are you here to apologize?" Seth questioned with a smile. "Shut up!" Park Cheon-shin yelled. "I refuse to be intimidated by your fearmongering." "That's right. No one has ever dared to threaten us," the others added angrily. Seth shook his head, appearing exasperated. "It looks as though you're not going to apologize. I'm pretty sure that my boss has made it very clear that this is the last chance that you're going to get before he kicks you out of the country." "Ha ha ha," the party from Triple Group laughed. They stared at Seth as though he was a lunatic. "He's telling us to get out of Arudaya? That simply won't happen." "Ha ha ha. Tell your boss to watch out for us. There's no way he'll be able to kick us out of Arudaya." Park Cheon-shin scoffed. "What's there to fear, with Lee Jae-shik around? I'll get rid of Morris Group once and for all." When the motorcade finally arrived at Bayfront Manor, the crowd erupted in a loud applause. "That's the chief manager of the Triple Group Arudaya branch." The net worth of Triple Group in South City was around 100 billion, which was more than any corporation in South City. Factoring in the extra 100 billion from the Yates, Triple Group was worth around 200 billion in total. In layman terms, Park Cheon-shin was the richest man in Quebec. The Fletcher family held him in great respects, and was proud of the fact that he was going to become Lauren's uncle-in-law. "We're going to be rich. Everyone's going to respect us. May we welcome Mr. Lee Jae-shik, Master of Taekwondo and the Chief Instructor of the Korean Army," someone shouted, as Lee Jae-shik stepped into the manor. The excitement in the manor was at its peak, and tears were streaming down Lauren's face, out of pure happiness. "Even someone as well respected as Lee Jae-shik is here to attend my wedding. You don't deserve me, Levi Garrison." The Protector Chapter 534. Even the noble ones like Glenn Rogers and Winston Gonzalez stood up, to welcome Lee Jae-shik to the venue. Someone like him was superior to all of them, even if he was not an Erudian. They had to be as polite as possible. Even the Garrisons started to grow worried. If Levi had not been the god of war, people might actually trample over him to get to Lee Jae-shik. The Fletchers have certainly found themselves a powerful ally. Meanwhile, the Fletchers were elated to witness the standing ovation that was made for Lee Jae-shik. In particular, Lauren was feeling proud of herself. How much better could a wedding get? I'm the luckiest woman in the world. You're going to become part of the triple group family from today onwards. Lauren. Li Jae-shik praised. Remember your status and try not to entangle yourself in trivial matters. His words were a confirmation of Lauren's new title. He had meant to remind her that as part of the nobility, she was not to interact with people from the lower ranks, as they were not worthy of her attention. As for the Fletchers, we'll be more than happy to provide you with any assistance that you may require in the future. Li Jae-shik announced, turning over to the Fletchers. Boom! It was as though a meteorite made out of pure luck and prosperity had descended upon the Fletchers, almost making them pass out in happiness. Jensen turned to Joseph and yelled, "Didn't you say that we'll never be worthy of your attention? Look at us now. Look at how much we've changed since then." The Fletchers finally received the sweet revenge that they had craved. Who knew that we would be able to rise above you one day? Thank you for ditching me, Levi. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to find myself such an amazing husband to spend the rest of my life with. Lauren cried, happy tears streaming down her face. She turned to the Garrisons and continued, "Thank you too, for voiding the agreement and for setting me free of that nonsense. Thank you so much." The Garrisons glared at her. "Thank you. You're merely insulting us." "Where's Levi?" Lauren asked. She had long imagined him kneeling on the ground and begging for her to change her mind, while bawling his eyes out. Soon, it was time for the wedding ceremony, and the guests took their seats to watch. The Garrisons picked a corner and settled down, but the Fletchers forcibly pushed them to the front to humiliate them. To make matters worse, Park Cheon-shin and Li Jae-shik were right next to them. 5 more minutes. Please stand by, Mr. Lee and Ms. Fletcher, the MC announced. Lauren peered off into the distance, hoping to catch a glimpse of Levi, when he was to arrive. He has to be here. I must humiliate him. He can't just skip the wedding. Suddenly, the butler ran over and proclaimed, "Miss Fletcher, someone has arrived with a gift for you." "Hey? Just accept it then." "Why are you panicking?" she asked, frowning. "The person insists that you head over to receive it in person," the butler replied. "All right then. Tell them to come in," she agreed. Soon, a private helicopter appeared in the skies above the lawn, attracting the attention of every guest. Lauren's jaw dropped open, out of shock. What kind of gift requires a helicopter to deliver it? The Protector Chapter 535. The 6 men in suits got off the helicopter, one of them was holding an exquisite gift box. The others cautiously surrounded him as if they were afraid the box would fall. Looking at how careful they were with the gift box, it seemed like it contained something priceless. The crowd was puzzled. What gift is it? Everyone's eyes zeroed in on these men. I know them. They're from the internationally renowned Skywolf Security Company, which only escorts items worth hundreds of millions. They even escorted this item via helicopter. Looks like it's at least 500 million. Exclaimed Park Cheon-shin in shock when he noticed the wolf logo on the men's clothes. Wow! Everyone gasped when they heard him. A 500 million gift? What kind of treasure is this? Lauren was exhilarated yet nervous. I'm not so influential that my friends and classmates would give me something so expensive, right? The most expensive gift I received today is only $1 million. Soon, the 6 men escorting the gift box approached Lauren. "Ms. Fletcher, please open this." The man holding the gift box presented it to Lauren. "Open it and see what's inside," urged the crowd. With trembling hands, Lauren carefully lifted the top of the exquisitely designed box. Thud! Everyone was dumbfounded. Holding their breath, they all fixed their eyes on the box. There was a necklace lying in the box, with a huge dazzling sapphire encrusting it. It sparkled so brightly that everyone could barely open their eyes. What? My goodness! After taking a closer look at the necklace, her eyes bulged. Lauren was so shocked, she felt like she had been electrocuted. The reason was that the gift was the famed love of the world, which had recently been auctioned off overseas for 800 million. The necklace, made 10 centuries ago, symbolized the purity of love. It was the greatest testimony of love. Ms. Fletcher, let me introduce to you, this is the legendary treasure love of the world. It was bought for 800 million by an esteemed guest during the auction. It is definitely authentic. Here are the certifications of authenticity from various international organizations. As he spoke, someone passed her a huge pile of certifications. Lauren was so excited that tears streamed down her cheeks. Who is it? Asked Lauren emotionally. He doesn't want to reveal his name. However, he'll be coming to the wedding ceremony later. Here, he wishes in advance that you, Ms. Fletcher, will be blessed with love. This necklace represents his well wishes for you. After passing her the gift, the men left instantly. Who could it be? This was the question lingering in everyone's mind. Lauren was even more curious. Amongst her friends and family, who would give her such an expensive gift? After thinking about it, she still could not identify anyone that fit the criterion. Forget it. Isn't he going to appear later? I'll just wait for him. The Fletchers were overjoyed for the ultra-luxurious gift that Lauren received. Looks like the rise of the Fletcher family is unstoppable, hey! Never in my dreams would I expect someone to give an 800 million gift at my daughter's wedding. The Fletchers were all smiles. But who is this person? Is it someone with a crush on my daughter? Mumbled Isaac to himself. Perhaps. I can't figure out who it is, either. Despite racking their brains, no one could figure out who had sent the gift. At that moment, the Garrison family exchanged glances with one another and laughed. What are you laughing about? You look like you know the mystery sender. Grumbled Isaac furiously. Yeah, we know who sent it, admitted Joseph. The Protector Chapter 536. Before Isaac could say something, Jensen scoffed coldly, cut the crap. If the Garrisons know such a person, why would you fall to such a miserable state? The Fletchers decided to ignore the Garrisons. To them, the Garrisons were like clowns. We only invited the Garrison family to the wedding to humiliate them. They wouldn't be here if not for that reason. Naturally, they don't have the right to speak here. Everyone eagerly anticipated the arrival of the person who gave the love of the world, especially the Fletchers. Next, it was time for the guests to give their cash gifts for the wedding. After the Fletcher family's status rose, many of the cash gifts they received amounted to tens or hundreds of thousands. An example was Glenn Rogers, who gifted 100,000. Park Cheon-shin even gave a cash gift of 10 million, causing Jensen and the rest to laugh in delight. They earned 20 to 30 million just by organizing a wedding. Not to forget, there was even the 800 million necklace, too. They profited so much from today. After everyone finished giving their gifts, Haley, the supervisor of the North Hampton Bank headquarters, walked over. Ms. Stinson, why are you here? Many people present recognized Haley. The Fletcher family greeted her respectfully as they would be interacting a lot with the headquarters in the future. Are you here to attend my daughter's wedding, too, Ms. Stinson? Asked Isaac. With a smile. Haley shook her head. Hello, Ms. Lauren. I'm here to pass a guest's wedding gift to you. As it's very expensive, I came here myself. Hey! Lauren was shocked yet delighted. How expensive must the gift be that warranted such a high-ranking supervisor? From the headquarters to make an in-person visit? You've received the love of the world, right? Asked Haley with a smile. Hey? Yes, I've received it. Lauren was astounded, not expecting the person who gave her the necklace to give a cash gift, too. He already sent me a gift. Is he still giving me a cash gift? Lauren felt a little embarrassed. Of course. They're separate matters, anyway. Haley took out a check and read, the person will be giving you a cash gift of 8888888888. When Lauren saw the long string of numbers on the check, she almost fainted. From the shock. The cash gift is more than 880 million? What a grand spectacle! What kind of person is he? Here's the check. My task is complete. Haley and a fellow bank staff then left. Lauren held the check with trembling hands, confirming over and over again that there were 98s written on it. Haley had delivered the check to her personally, so it was definitely not forged. Oh my! Who is it? He gave me an 800 million necklace and a cash gift of an even greater amount. The Fletchers were over the moon. With such a friend, they felt extremely proud of themselves. The Fletcher family would be the most powerful family in Northampton in the future. This time, even Park Cheon-shin and Lee Jae-shik were stunned. This person is so extravagant, having spent nearly 2 billion in one go. His gifts indicate that he must be extremely wealthy. Wait, something's not right. Park Cheon-shin frowned. He had investigated the Fletchers' background thoroughly. They were not associated with anyone so powerful. He had even investigated their distant relatives, but no such person popped out. Who is it? Lauren felt that everything was like a dream. Do I have a friend like that, who would give such grand gifts at my wedding? She urgently wanted to know the identity of that mysterious person. Ma'am, it's time for the wedding. Do we start now? Asked the host. Wait for a while. He hasn't arrived yet, replied Lauren. Although she did not know who it was, the wedding could only begin after he arrived. Oh, right. Why hasn't Levi come? The Protector Chapter 537. Does Levi still dare to come here and cause a ruckus? He probably returned after being intimidated by the many luxurious cars parked at the entrance. That's right. Levi is a smart guy. He knows that if he attends the wedding, he'll definitely be humiliated. How would he still dare to come? What a pity. I cannot witness the scene of Levi bawling his eyes out in regret. Isaac and the rest shook their heads helplessly. This was a pity to Lauren, too. Why isn't Levi coming? I want to show him the necklace and the check. Then, I'll tell him personally that this is my wedding. When Ben heard them, he scoffed coldly, don't worry, Levi will come. He'll definitely not miss this wedding. However, you should mentally prepare yourselves. I'm afraid that you won't be able to bear the shock. Shut up. Don't say anything. When Isaac heard his words, he became furious and wanted to beat Ben up. At that moment, a few ordinary cars arrived at the entrance of the villa. The receptionist at the entrance saw the cars and laughed coldly. How could someone with a car like this dare to attend such a grand wedding? However, his expression froze upon seeing the people getting off the car. It was a group of extremely prestigious people, the leaders of Northampton. When they arrived at the wedding, a huge commotion erupted amongst the crowd. Other than Park Cheon-shin and a few others who did not know what was going on, everyone else stood up. Mr. Nielsen, why are you here? Even the 3 deputy captains are here, too. Secretary Davies, Captain Fields, Director Evans. Jensen almost staggered to the floor after seeing the arrival of Jesse Nielsen and The major leaders of Northampton. Do such prominent people attend weddings, too? Isaac and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Congratulations on your nuptials, Miss Fletcher. We're here today on personal account. You don't have to be nervous, explained Jessie with a smile. Lauren had to pinch her cheeks to confirm that she was not dreaming. Even the leaders of Northampton came to attend my wedding? What a huge honor! Jessie Nielsen and the rest greeted Lee Youngjin and congratulated the groom. We've heard of you, Mr. Park. Jessie and the rest then greeted Park Cheon-shin. The Fletchers exchanged glances, they now understood what was happening. Jessie and the others came for the wedding because of the triple group. With this new understanding, Lauren instantly wondered if the person who gave her the necklace was also related to the triple group. Did the triple group send him here? And why hasn't Levi arrived yet? He's missing out on so much. When Lauren thought of him, she called Levi instantly. Are you here yet? Asked Lauren. I'm reaching. There's a traffic jam on the roads. I'm reaching soon, explained Levi. It's great that you're coming, said Lauren with a grin. I'll definitely make a grand entrance at your wedding and treat it with utmost importance. Levi really treated her like a younger sister. After all, she always stuck to him when they were children. After being reminded by Zoe, Levi treated this wedding with great importance. Soon, a few tanks stopped at the entrance of the villa. 2 rows of soldiers dashed into the wedding venue, lining the 2 sides of the red carpet. This sudden scene shocked everyone. Lauren also stared at the entrance in surprise. After that, some people wearing military uniforms appeared at the entrance. A towering figure appeared, surrounded by a few people. He was wearing a green military uniform, with 5 golden stars embroidered on his shoulder. The Protector Chapter 538. When the 2 rows of soldiers entered the venue, everyone held their breath and stared in silence. Even Lee Jae-shik and Park Cheon-shin's expressions froze, their eyes widened in shock. Why did soldiers suddenly barge into the wedding venue? Everyone, including Jessie and the rest, stood up and focused their attention on the entrance. They knew who the person was. The gloomy expressions on the garrison's faces had disappeared, they were now grinning brightly. He's finally here. One after another, men in military uniforms appeared. All had stars embroidered on their shoulder pads. Other than Percy, who had 2 stars, there were 5 men with 1 star on their shoulders. The Kings of War. This was an extremely shocking sight. Lee Jae-shik understood what this meant. Are they here to congratulate my daughter for her wedding? Exclaimed Isaac in surprise, so overjoyed that his eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. This was the first thought in the Fletchers' minds, too. Everyone thought that the person who gave Lauren then love of the world and the 880 million cash gift finally appeared. Wow, I never expected the person to be a high-ranking military officer. This is the most honorable moment of the Fletcher family, yelled Isaac, so delighted that he burst into tears. The most prominent people in the military, government, and business had all gathered at Lauren's wedding. As the Fletchers were all wiping their tears away emotionally, a question surfaced. Who was the one who sent the gifts? Lauren stood there in a daze, still unable to figure it out. After all, she had no connections with the military. Lee Jae-shik kept trembling as cold sweat formed on his palms. He feared meeting Arudia's soldiers the most. He never thought he would be confronted by the 5 kings of war. Park Cheon-shin and Lee Youngjin were stunned. A mere Fletcher family managed to mobilize the top leaders of Northampton. And now, even a few kings of war have arrived. Are they really the Fletchers? They had investigated the Fletchers thoroughly. However, the Fletchers they New had a clean history with no powerful forces backing them. This made the Fletchers easier to control. However, it now seemed like they were the most powerful family in the city. Jesse, Xavier, and the rest walked towards the newly arrived guests instantly. Taking a deep breath, Jensen wiped his tears away and hurriedly rushed towards them. Meanwhile, the Fletcher family followed behind him. Even Lauren was extremely excited and nervous. Oh, right. Isn't Levi coming? He mustn't come at this juncture. If he offends these people, he'll be doomed. While Lauren followed the rest, she made a call quickly. Although the call went through, no one picked up. Pick it up quickly. What are you doing, Levi? Muttered Lauren anxiously. What made her even more nervous was that a ringing tone sounded somewhere in front of her. It can't be that coincidental, can it? Did he really arrive at this moment? Lauren was almost frozen to the spot. Levi, pick it up quickly. She was so anxious that she could barely think straight. Lauren soon arrived in front of everyone else and could clearly see the faces of Percy, Azure Dragon, and the rest. It was really the 5 kings of war. Li Jae-shik took a deep breath, wishing for nothing more than to hide in a hole. At that moment, someone strode in, accompanied by a ringing tone on his phone. Lauren closed her eyes in despair. Why did Levi come at this moment? Damn it! Oh right! I should turn off my phone quickly. Lauren responded in time and hung up the call instantly. However, when she raised her head, she saw an extremely familiar face. Levi has come. The Protector Chapter 539. Le. The Fletchers and everyone else saw Levi, too. However, when they were about to call him, they realized that something was amiss. The kings of war all parted and formed a path for Levi. The scariest part was that Levi was not wearing a suit. Instead, what? He's wearing military uniform? When Lauren and the rest saw Levi in military uniform, their jaws dropped in shock. They widened their eyes to take a closer look, repeatedly trying to confirm that they were not dreaming. Levi was really wearing a military uniform. Then, the hundreds of people present turned their attention to Levi's shoulder pads to check out his military rank. 1, 2, 3, 4. What? 5? 5 stars? 5 whole stars? A 5-star god of war? There's only one 5-star god of war in the entire Arudaya, the protector of the nation. What? Is Levi the god of war of Arudaya? This. By the time everyone figured out what all this meant, their expressions changed drastically and they stood stupefied on the spot. Li Jae-shik glanced at Levi, then at Kiran and the rest. The god of war was always accompanied by his kings of war, who were brigadier generals in their own right. There was no doubt that Levi was the god of war. He was the god of war who defeated the 18-nation alliance with his unparalleled wit and power. He was the one feared by all nations in the world. The god of war, the nightmare of mercenaries all over the world, the most terrifying presence known to foreign countries and the very person Li Jae-shik feared the most. Oh my, how could I meet the god of war here? Thud. When Li Jae-shik met Levi's gaze, he could not hold himself back anymore and dropped to his knees. He looked nothing like the most powerful taekwondo fighter. Even Park Cheon-shin was utterly terrified. Levi is actually the god of war? The only 5-star god of war in Arudaya? I understand now. I understand everything. The Morris group had the god of war backing them all along. Otherwise, why couldn't I find out the backer's identity? That also explains how the Morris group could conquer the entire North Hampton in such a short time. And why Scott failed so terribly. It's all because of the god of war. No wonder he dares to threaten the triple group like that. We're doomed. This is the end of us. Park Cheon-shin's legs weakened and he fell to his knees with a loud thump. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Everyone was flabbergasted. What's going on? Why are the two prominent members of Triple Group kneeling in fear? Jesse and the rest walked towards Levi and addressed him simultaneously. Greetings, God of War, sir. This was a blatant announcement to everyone that he was really the God of War. God of War? Seriously? I actually met the God of War in my lifetime. A huge commotion erupted amongst the crowd with everyone staring at Levi in utter admiration. He's Arudaya's God of War. He's everyone's faith. The Garrison family felt extremely proud when they saw this scene. No matter what, Levi was still from the Garrison family, and was once part of the Garrisons. Joseph and the rest glanced at the Fletchers. As if they had been struck by lightning, the Fletchers stood there paralyzed. They were lost in their thoughts and their minds became a complete blank. Tap, tap, tap. With his military boots, Levi walked slowly towards Lauren and Lee Young-jin. He said with a smile, "Congratulations on your wedding, Lauren. I hope you'll be blissful forever. You're like a little sister to me." Lauren raised her head slowly and met Levi's gaze, her mind was still blank. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she was unable to hold back her emotions anymore. The Protector Chapter 540. Levi then glanced at Lee Young-jin and said, "Since she has chosen you, you must treat her nicely." I. Lee Young-jin was still traumatized that his body quivered and his teeth chattered. What should I say? With Levi standing in front of me, I feel extremely intimidated. Lee Young-jin could barely breathe from the pressure. In fact, he wanted so badly to kneel in front of Levi. On the other hand, Lauren had already burst into tears. The venue was so quiet that everyone could even hear a pin drop. Only Lauren's sobs echoed across the hall, sounding extremely miserable and pitiful. The more one listened to it, the more chills one would feel running down the spine. "Mr. Fletcher, Mrs. Fletcher. Long time no see." With a grin, Levi greeted everyone in the Fletcher family. Arg! Thud! When Jensen took a closer look at Levi's face, he screamed. But before he could finish his sentence he had already fainted. Isaac, Sam, and the rest could barely walk anymore. Their legs were trembling. Sweat started to form on their foreheads as they were consumed by astonishment. How could this be? How is this even possible? How can Levi be the God of War? Didn't he go to jail? How did he become the unparalleled God of War? This news was too much of a shock for them and they could barely accept the fact for the time being. They were on the verge of a mental breakdown. If they could not bear it anymore, they might even die of heart attack. Now, they finally understood why the Garrison family said that they would regret it. They already knew Levi's identity. Hence, they had warned the Fletchers to not feel any regret and be mentally prepared. The old Mr. Fletcher was too overwhelmed by the revelation that he fainted. In the eyes of the Garrison family, the Fletchers had been acting like clowns. Immense regret engulfed each and every one of the Fletchers. The Fletchers now felt empty inside, as if they had lost something terribly important. This mistake would be an eternal pity for them. The Garrisons were right. Levi had no regrets. The only ones feeling that way would be the Fletchers. In the face of the God of War, Lee Young-jin was a nobody. So what if he's from the triple group? How deserving is he? He's not even worthy enough to stand beside Levi. The Fletchers collapsed onto the ground one by one. As if all their strength had been sapped from their body, they could barely even raise their arms. This is just too alarming. Today will forever be a tormenting and unforgettable event to us. On the other hand, Joseph and the rest thrust their chests out proudly. To them, Levi was the pride of the Garrison family. By then, Lauren had been sobbing for a long time. The person I like is already a mighty general, the legend of the entire nation. The person I like is the most powerful person in the world, unparalleled in all fields. My judgment was never wrong. The person I like is a hero. Zoe, whom I always despised, is actually the happiest woman on earth. Oh! How I regret it! Lauren wailed loudly as tears streamed down her cheeks. She knew what she had missed out on. She also understood that she would never be worthy of this man. No matter how much effort she spent or how accomplished she became, she would never be on par with him, let alone cause him to regret. That would be something she would never achieve in her lifetime. You received the gift, right? I'm happy that you can find love. Levi smiled, taking out a handkerchief and wiping Lauren's tears away. Naturally, the gift he was referring to was the love of the century. When I was younger, I did not handle that incident well. I'm sorry for that. However, now that you're married, I'm really relieved. The Protector Chapter 541. For your marriage, I must make a grand entrance and treat it with utmost importance. You must be happy, okay? With that, Levi spun around and left. No. No. I'm not going to marry anymore. Suddenly, Lauren sprinted towards him like she had gone mad. With the sound of fabric tearing, she ripped apart the outer layer of her wedding gown and tossed her hair accessories away. Running towards Levi, she wrapped her arms tightly around him. Thud! The bouquet in Lee Youngjin's hands fell onto the ground. He, and everyone else present, were dumbfounded. She's not marrying anymore? No one expected this outcome. In such a circumstance, however, no one dared to stop her or say anything. I'm not going to marry. I'm not going to marry, cried Lauren, sounding like she was choking up. Levi was about to break free from her sudden embrace when Lauren whispered, "Can I just hug you for a while? Just a while." Levi nodded. Lauren pressed closely against Levi's back, enjoying this moment. She understood that Levi would only belong to her for this brief moment. Afterward, he would have nothing to do with her anymore. Hence, all she cared about was this exact moment. At the very least, she could feel like she had Levi to herself for the briefest moment. Everyone stared at both of them silently. After a minute, Lauren released her arms reluctantly as tears gushed out of her eyes again. She was about to miss the love of her life. "I don't want you to abandon the wedding for my sake," said Levi with his back facing her. "No. I figured it out earlier. I don't want a marriage like this, marrying a person whom I don't even like. If I were to marry, I want to do so for love. Pure love. Without anything else corrupting it," exclaimed Lauren. Then, she looked at Lee Youngjin. "I'm sorry, but I never liked you. I only married you for my self-interest. I respect your decision. We'll call off this wedding." With much difficulty, Lee Youngjin reached a decision, too. Yet another commotion immediately broke out amongst the crowd. This wedding, which has been publicized as the wedding of the century, is being called off. But Levi's appearance made everyone realize that the wedding had indeed been derailed. It was the right choice to call it off. "Okay. As long as it's your own choice." With that, Levi left the venue. Looking at Levi walking away into the distance, Lauren suddenly yelled, "Other than you, I'll never marry anyone else." Thud. After shouting her heart out, Lauren collapsed onto the floor. She had decided that she would not marry for life. Now that things had progressed to this stage, it was clear that the Fletchers were doomed. Everyone left gradually. Before the garrisons took their leave, they scoffed coldly, "We told you to be mentally prepared, but you ignored our advice. We're leaving, too." Li Jaeshik, Park Cheon-shin, and their group left in fear. They only wanted to return to South City as soon as possible. If they knew what was going to happen, they would not have come to North Hampton. Suddenly, they remembered the warning Seth gave them when they got off the train. Oh no! Today's the deadline. Cold sweat dotted Park Cheon-shin's forehead. However, the most terrified person was still Li Jaeshik. After all, the god of war was their ultimate enemy. How could they not be frightened? Members of the triple group scurried away in their cars. When they had just left the road outside the villa, their path was blocked by an olive green SUV. Levi was sitting on the top of the car with the kings of war all standing beside him. They all stared coldly at the cars in front of them. "Why are you so eager to leave?" "Well, it's simple to enter Northampton, but not so easy to leave," drawled Levi with a smirk. The Protector Chapter 542. Park Cheon-shin, Li Jaeshik, and the rest stepped out of their car and shuffled towards Levi. Their heads drooped downward, making them look like children who had done something wrong. Levi scanned them, his gaze landing on Li Jaeshik. "You escaped to Arudaya?" asked Levi. "Hey!" Li Jaeshik froze in fear. "He actually knows me? I know you. The losers from Kiria are your students, right? You're the chief coach of the millions of Kiria's soldiers. Instead of staying in your country, why did you come to Arudaya?" Levi suddenly raised his voice, causing Li Jaeshik to feel so scared that his knees gave way. "I'm wrong, god of war. I'm wrong. I shouldn't have entered Arudaya. It's my mistake." Kneeling on the floor, Li Jaeshik groveled at Levi's feet. His clothes were drenched in cold sweat, which dripped down his hair. It was not because the weather was hot, but because he was utterly terrified. The other members of Triple Group were astounded. No one expected the nation's ultimate taekwondo master to be so fearful. White Tiger licked his lips. Sounding interested, he said, "I heard that he is the best taekwondo master. I want to have a match with him." "King of War, White Tiger." Li Jaeshik's face turned pale as he immediately identified the speaker correctly. "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. I don't dare to do anything in Arudaya." Li Jaeshik was overcome with regret. "Oh, how I regret it. Knowing the god of war is in Arudaya, why did I still come? That's not going to happen. You shouldn't have come to Arudaya. If you want to leave, you'll have to accept my punch." White Tiger strode towards him. "Remember, you can only leave if you remain standing after receiving my punch," added White Tiger. Li Jaeshik understood that because of his identity, death was certain once he set foot in Arudaya. If he wanted to leave the country alive, he must accept this punch and put in his best effort. "Come at me," yelled Li Jaeshik furiously as he stomped on the ground with a booming thud. As expected of a master, his moves were extremely powerful. He stood there motionlessly like an unmovable mountain. As White Tiger came close, he suddenly accelerated and threw a punch at Li Jaeshik. Li Jaeshik's eyes sparkled. He moved as quickly as lightning. Boom! With a sweeping kick, the most classic move in Taekwondo, he attacked White Tiger. Although it was an ordinary move, it was fatal when deployed by Li Jaeshik. The kick was so powerful that it felt like a hurricane that was demolishing everything in its path. Boom! A ferocious wind blew across the surroundings, causing tree branches and pebbles to fly into the sky. Everyone around them was forced to stagger a few meters backward. Thud! Thud! The dozens of trees around them exploded. Compared to this kick, White Tiger's punch looked extremely ordinary. A deafening bang sounded when the kick and punch collided. Li Jae-shik was instantly sent flying backward for 10 meters. After crashing into a large tree with a huge thud and splitting it into halves, he did not stand up anymore. White Tiger stroked his bloodied fist and smiled in satisfaction. I've finally met someone who can take up a fight. As Li Jae-shik did not survive this punch, he could never leave Arudaya anymore. When everyone saw how easily the Taekwondo master was defeated, they froze in fear. Even Park Cheon-shin pissed his pants. You're Park Cheon-shin, right? Did you hear my 3 warnings? Asked Levi as he turned his gaze to him. Yes. I completely understood them and will carry them out instantly, promised Park Cheon-shin. It's too late. Crawl out of Arudaya. I'll give you 1 day. If I still see anything related to triple group in Arudaya, I'll go looking for you. Levi sounded assertive, leaving absolutely no room for negotiation. The Protector Chapter 543. Park Cheon-shin fainted in fear. I'm doomed. It's all over. The triple group's ambitious plan to dominate the Arudaya market has been ruined. We'll leave right away, God of War, said Li Yungjin, quivering. I said, crawl out of Arudaya. Levi's gaze was sharp and ruthless. Alarmingly, the high-ranking officials of Triple Group were then seen sprawling across the ground as they slowly crawled out of Northampton. It would be an understatement to describe the crawling men as pathetic. After a few hours, Triple Group suddenly announced that they would return the donations worth 80 billion. After another hour, Triple Group organized a press conference. They apologized to Arudaya for the crimes they had committed, promised to return the money they had scammed and laundered, and made a promise to compensate the victims. Everyone following the event online erupted into cheers. The Triple Group headquarters then declared the company would withdraw from the Arudaya market. They would remove all of their products in Arudaya within a day. This was breaking news. Everyone was astounded. The Triple Group, which has been climbing up the ranks, is suddenly leaving Arudaya? What's going on? On the other hand, the companies and individuals who had been oppressed by Triple Group cheered in delight. The Triple Group was like a cancerous tumor in the business world. They did all sorts of evil things and exploited countless people. Yet, many of the victims did not dare to expose the company and merely hope the company would fail. Now that their wish was fulfilled, they were so overjoyed that they wanted to hold a big celebration. As Triple Group mainly sold electronic products and there were many similar companies in the market, its departure did not create a huge impact. That day, Levi told Iris, the person in charge of Morris Group, to add another basket of goods to the company's portfolio, electronic products. They would strive to create the most cost-effective electronic products to crush other immoral companies. By creating products that could benefit the masses, they could promote healthy market development while doing good to the people. This was what the Morris Group had always done. Whether it was medical apparatus or other products, they always strived to sell the best quality products at the cheapest prices. Their motto was to promote the city's development and well-being of the people. Hence, the employees of Morris Group all gave their work their best effort. Aside from being able to reap the financial benefits, they would feel honored, too. The young people in Northampton were proud of working at Morris Group. Morris Group had already been manufacturing electronic products. Now, they were simply increasing the scale of their production. As Triple Group left the market, other companies were able to tap into its market share. Iris even gave a part of the electronics business to the Oriental Star Group. Zoe was very capable, too. Within a short period of time, the Oriental Star Group's profits skyrocketed under her management, a role she had gladly accepted. When she reached home, she asked, "Darling, how did the wedding go?" Levi smiled helplessly. "Well, I made up for my regret and she made the choice she wanted." "That's good, then. But it's a pity how her wedding went." The Triple Group withdrew so unexpectedly just as she became the general manager of their Arudaya branch. She sighed. The wedding is only memorable because of the regrets it left. Levi knew that Zoe was thinking about their wedding 6 years ago. It was not a fruitful wedding, and it became his and Zoe's regret. "Honey, I've decided to reorganize a wedding for you. By then, I'll tell you some things." Levi decided to organize another wedding for Zoe. At that time, he would reveal his true identity to her. The Protector Chapter 544. Zoe's eyes curved into tiny crescents as she smiled. "Okay. I'll wait for you to give me a fruitful wedding." "All right. Let's pick a suitable date." Levi nodded. Zoe thought that Levi was joking. She was not expecting him to be serious. That wedding was later named the grandest wedding of the century. Of course, all these were in retrospect. Life would return to normal afterward. Sitting in his office, Levi smoked and had some alcohol. He then received a call from Azure Dragon, saying chaos had broken out in South City. After the fall of the Triple Group and Scott's faction, the other prominent families started to frantically claim control of the available territories. Even some external forces became involved. In short, the entire South City had descended into chaos. Levi did not expect this to happen. Initially, he thought that after eliminating Scott and Triple Group, Quebec would become peaceful again and that everyone would behave properly. Yet, instead of warning them, his actions caused these people to descend into madness. To them, after the collapse of the two major forces, they now had more territory and businesses to seize. "It's hard to control South City," said Azure Dragon hesitantly. "Okay, I'll personally make a trip to South City. As all these happened because of me, I need to set things straight." A cold glint appeared in Levi's eyes. At night, he told Zoe that he was going to South City. Zoe's eyes lit up. "That's just right. Abigail was telling me that she wants to return to South City as something urgent has happened in the family." The Black family did not say what exactly was so urgent, so my parents are very worried. Go back with Abigail and see what happened to the Black family. "Sure, no problem," agreed Levi. The next day arrived. After Abigail entered the car, she instantly wrapped her arms around Levi's neck. "Levi, you're so cruel. Why didn't you visit me for such a long time?" A resentful look appeared in Abigail's eyes as if she was his wife. Levi pushed her aside quickly. "Just speak normally. Don't touch me." Abigail glared at him and said, "Are you seeing someone recently?" Levi frowned. "Hey! I heard that you attended your childhood friend's wedding and flirted with girls. Even my sister's best friend started liking you. Helena, the new celebrity in my sister's company, is obsessed with you, too. Am I right?" complained Abigail as she pouted. "What are you talking about?" Levi frowned. "Let me tell you this. I'll only like your sister. The other women are none of my business. Even if I'm involved with them, it's because of your sister. You're one of them." When Abigail heard his words, her expression fell immediately. Tears of indignance brimmed in her eyes as she tried to hold them back. "So Levi is only nice to me because of Zoe. What's wrong, Abigail? Why are you crying?" Levi suddenly realized that Abigail had burst into tears. "It's nothing." She wiped her tears away and stayed silent for the entire ride. Levi had no clue how he offended Abigail, so he remained quiet, too. Soon, they reached South City. When they entered the city, Levi called Alfie from the Dragon Legion. "Tell the South City leaders that I've arrived," instructed Levi. When he attended the Black family's birthday banquet, he had promised he would definitely inform the city management the next time he arrived. "Understood, sir," replied Alfie instantly. Alfie then contacted the Commander-in-Chief of the South War Zone and the Major Leaders of the city. The Protector Chapter 545. Instantly, the entire of South City was in a frenzy. The god of the war is coming. The fact that no one knows why he's coming is even more terrifying. When the triple group committed their outrageous acts, the god of war didn't even come. Yet, he's coming now? This means that something major has happened. After exiting the highway, Levi drove to the Black family home. His car zoomed along the roads when suddenly he caught sight of two luxurious cars from the rear-view mirror. One was a Lamborghini, while the other was a Ferrari 458. Vroom! 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 The two luxurious cars sped past Levi's Mercedes, deliberately cutting his path. There were two people sitting in each of the cars. They were the wealthy bachelors of South City. The most famous of them was Derek, who came from the wealthy Davies family. Recently, the Davies family had been flourishing, having snatched control of multiple territories and reaped a lot of benefits. "She's Abigail, right? I recognized her with just a single glance," exclaimed Derek. With a grin. "Yeah, she's Abigail," agreed the rest. When they were at the intersection earlier, they noticed Abigail sitting in the car. Hence, they instantly chased after her to confirm. "I heard that the Black family arranged a marriage for Abigail, right?" Derek asked his underling, Zachary. "Yeah, but I want to tease Abigail today. She's so pretty. I've actually been lusting after her for a long time." Haha. When Derek thought of Abigail, he could not hold himself back anymore. Initially, as the Black family was much more powerful than the Davies family, he did not dare to do anything. However, in the recent shake-up of territories, the Black family had chosen to keep a distance while the Davies family participated aggressively. Now, the Davies family was in a much more powerful position than the Blacks. Naturally, Derek became braver and wanted to toy around with Abigail. After cutting in front of the Mercedes, the two cars slowed down gradually. In the end, they were only driving at a slow speed of 20 km per hour. It was obvious that they were doing it on purpose. Fury appeared in Abigail's eyes. "Levi, they're doing this on purpose." Humph. However, Levi did not respond. Suddenly, he spun the steering wheel to the right and accelerated. At the speed of lightning, he surpassed the two luxurious cars instantly and sped off. Vroom! When Derek and the rest saw the car zooming past them, they were stunned. "What the heck is this? It's driving so quickly that I can't even react in time." "Quick! Chase after that car," yelled Derek. The Ferrari and Lamborghini accelerated, speeding up so quickly that they looked like two streaks of lightning on the road. A Mercedes could never accelerate faster than sports cars on a straight road. Soon, Levi realized that the two cars were about to reach them. However, instead of being flustered, he continued accelerating. Although there was a sharp curve in front, Levi ignored it and kept increasing the speed. "Hey! Levi, slow down!" Abigail was so scared that she almost closed her eyes. However, a calm expression remained on Levi's face while the car continued speeding up. When Derek and the rest saw that, they were so shocked that cold sweat started to dot their foreheads. "Damn it! Is this guy crazy? There's such a sharp curve ahead with a few slopes. Yet, he still dares to accelerate," exclaimed Derek in surprise. Yet, curves like these are the most accident-prone. Does he still dare to accelerate? He must be a madman. It might be safer if a sports car zoomed across the curve. But a mere sedan? That's crazy. The Lamborghini and Ferrari started to slow down, wanting to drive past the curve steadily. However, the Mercedes in front dashed onto the curved road as it accelerated. They're doomed. The car will be destroyed and the passengers will definitely die. Poor Abigail. She's so pretty. Even Derek closed his eyes in despair. The Protector Chapter 546. Ha! However, everyone seemed to be in hysterics in the next second. The Audi drifted in a controlled arc as it swept along the sharp bend in the road. With a screech. What? How's that impossible? Everyone's eyes were bulging out of their sockets. In the Audi. Levi smirked. You can open your eyes now, Abigail. After Abigail opened her eyes, she found that the car was advancing steadily along a straight road. We've passed that deadly turn already? Abigail had a look of shock on her face. There were many sharp bends along this road, but Levi did not slow down at all. No matter how good the performance of an Audi was, on a straight road, its speed could not compare to that of the other two sports cars. Despite that disadvantage, Levi managed to overtake the other two sports cars very quickly because he did not slow down at any of the sharp bends along the road. They tried to catch up, but it was to no avail. The Audi had already completely disappeared from their sight. Holy F! Derek was completely floored. He had joined many well-known racing clubs before, but he had never once seen such a skilled racer. Bring him to me. I want him found this instance. Derek bellowed. Soon after that, Levi and Abigail quickly arrived at the Black family's residence. As soon as the Blacks saw Abigail, they were elated. However, their expressions changed the moment they laid eyes on Levi. Both Robert and Meredith acknowledged Levi only because of the special cigarettes and liquors he had gifted them previously. Mr. and Mrs. Black, do you still have enough of the special cigarettes and liquors? Levi asked with a smile. Yes. It can probably last us a few years. Robert replied. Meanwhile, Bailey and the others were glaring at Levi. Pamela, on the other hand, scoffed and went so far as to say, do you think Russell would have brought us anything less than he did? Yet, Russell was the one who brought it for us. What does it have to do with you? The others sneered at him. Upon seeing this, Abigail quickly changed the subject. Grandpa, Grandma, why did you call me back so suddenly? I was scared out of my mind when you said something serious happened. Hearing that, Levi perked up his ears as well. After all, Zoe had tasked him with this job. He would only feel relieved after making sure the Black family was safe and well. At that moment, Bailey and Pamela exchanged an excited glance. Robert also had a similar look on his face. I'll do the honors. Someone has come forward with a marriage proposal. Meredith announced. Abigail was taken aback and pointed to herself in surprise. Hey? To me? Yes, that's right. Your grandpa's chief and I will personally accompany his grandson to come here tomorrow for the official proposal. He's taken a fancy to you. Your grandpa and I approve of this marriage. We have met that boy, and he's very outstanding. Meredith beamed. Robert nodded as well. Yes, I completely agree. That boy is probably the most outstanding person I've ever seen. I refuse. Abigail rejected it without even thinking it over. What are you talking about, Abby? How can you reject the proposal just like that? You haven't even met him yet, Pamela countered unhappily. Bailey backed her up as well. Do you know who he is? He's Timothy Caesar, the heir of the Caesar family from Southampton. The Caesar family is practically royalty. When wealthy families from all over Arudaya transcended a certain level of influence, they weren't only judged by their economical standing but more often than so by their physical might and the presence of a martial arts master in the family. Those kinds of families weren't addressed the usual way. In the event of surpassing the Gonzales family from Northampton as well as other influential families such as the Robinsons, the status of royalty would be bestowed. Families regarded as royalty were by no means built from scratch just a couple of decades ago. Most of the royalties had a history of more than a century and were prominent families passed down from generation to generation. The Protector Chapter 547. These families could be traced back to a couple of centuries. In simpler terms, the royal family was established by the hard work of several generations over the span of centuries. It wasn't a level a normal person could single-handedly reach in just a few decades. This was the difference between a wealthy family and a royal family. There were only a handful of families in Arudaya who were of royal status. Southampton, for instance, was the economic center of Arudaya. That was where a true royal family resided. Quebec, on the other hand, never had the privilege of having a royal family. And the man arranged to be Abigail's betrothed, Timothy Caesar, was from a quasi-royal clan. A quasi-royal clan was slightly more powerful than a regular wealthy family but a few decades away from becoming true royals. Despite that, the Caesar family managed to crush all the families in Quebec. Even Scott Yates and his family were no match for them. Timothy's grandfather, Richard Caesar, was a formidable general in the army when he was young, and no one dared to underestimate his family. Thus, when Richard suggested a marriage proposal to the Black family, Robert and Meredith were so excited that they didn't get a wink of sleep. If Abigail were to marry Timothy, firstly, the Blacks would be able to fortify their standing. Secondly, Abigail would want for nothing. Meredith spoke up, "Abigail, aren't you going to change your mind? Marrying into the Caesar family will help the Blacks reach unimaginable heights. Luck has chosen you, so cherish it." Robert nodded in agreement. "Your grandmother's right. We are nothing but an ant beneath their boot. Do you have any idea how lucky you'd be if you marry into the Caesar family, Abigail? What are you waiting for? Quickly thank your grandpa and grandma for giving you such a good opportunity." Bailey and Pamela prompted Abigail. "That's right. Not only are the Caesars powerful, but Timothy Caesar is a fine young man too. He was trained to become the head of the Caesar family from a young age, so he's definitely the best of the best. Marrying him would be the smartest choice you ever made in your life, Abigail." Keen and Quintus both chimed in, "Yet you'd be the lady of the Caesar household from then on. With such a prominent title, the whole of South City would envy you." "Exactly. Now that mayhem has descended upon South City, all the influential families are fighting for rulership, and they're all searching for strong backers. Even though we're currently staying out of it, we would inevitably be affected. It's only a matter of when. But if you marry into the Caesar family, no one would dare to touch our family." Everyone listed out the benefits of this arranged marriage, one by one. More than anything, they wanted to overcome the obstacle looming over them. With all hell broke loose on South City, the Black family was too weak to fend for themselves. Their entire family could be crushed if they didn't find a backer soon. Fortunately for them, it just so happened that the Caesar family proposed a union by marriage. And the Blacks accepted their proposal right off the bat. Abigail felt helpless. She originally thought that she could escape the fate of marrying into a powerful family against her will. But alas, it turned out that her fate was sealed from the very beginning. No. I refused to. I don't care how outstanding he is, I'm just not interested. Abigail was on the verge of tears, and she sent Levi a pleading gaze. What do you mean by you refused to? You should at least meet the boy first. Don't you think so? Robert urged. Abigail shook her head vigorously. No. I don't want to. Insolence! Meredith bellowed all of a sudden. Her loud roar of anger startled everyone. You're getting more disobedient nowadays, Abigail. I've pampered you all these years, but here you are, rebelling against me. Meredith yelled angrily. But I don't want to, Grandma. Tears were rolling down Abigail's cheeks. Tomorrow, the Caesar family will be coming to make the marriage proposal, and you will join us, whether you like it or not. Meredith was so tyrannical that no one dared to refute her. And Abigail fell into despair. You can't force Abigail to do anything. Not on my watch. A commanding voice abruptly broke through the silence. Everyone turned to stare at Levi with wide-eyed disbelief. The Protector Chapter 548. Levi's authoritative statement immediately brought Abigail back to her senses. That's right. So what if they're from a powerful background? Can they be more powerful than my brother-in-law? Abigail instantly sidled closer to Levi. I'll only listen to you, Levi. Swoosh. As one, all of the blacks transferred their gazes back to Levi again. Excuse me, but who do you think you are? What gives you the right to speak here? Jonathan was visibly enraged. At the same time, Leonard pushed his glasses higher up his nose bridge. Seemingly irked as well. Exactly. How dare you speak to your elders in such a way? Have you lost your mind? Even the youngsters, Keen and Quintus, were infuriated. They wanted so badly to give him a few tight slaps. As for Bailey and Pamela, they were livid as well. Since when have my daughter's affairs become your business? Bailey literally roared out the words. Robert was glaring daggers at Levi, whereas Meredith couldn't stand the sight of him. Get out of our house this instant. You're not welcome here. Of all the youngsters I've raised since young, none of them ever dared to speak to me that way. Meredith pointed a finger at Levi as she berated him. She was right, everyone in the Black family had an extremely strict upbringing. The youngsters never dared to raise their voices in front of Meredith or Robert. Hence, Levi outright provoking them was an atrocity through and through. Levi's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. I won't allow anyone to force Abigail into doing something she doesn't want to do. Why are you looking at me like that? Get out right now! Meredith yelled. Abigail was afraid that the matter would blow up into something serious, so she quickly interjected, why don't you go first, Levi? I'll just check things out tomorrow. It's not like I have to agree to it anyway. With that, Levi finally left under Abigail's mild urging. Grandpa, Grandma, don't blame Levi. I'll go tomorrow, okay? Abigail promised. Now that's more like it. Only then did Meredith promise to refrain from taking action against Levi for his disrespectful behavior. Not long after Levi left, Russell sped back home in his car. He had recently been promoted to the deputy chief of the Special Security Unit. He was the busiest during this period of time due to the chaos across the entire South City. Even so, when he heard that Levi was visiting, he immediately put everything down and rushed over. Grandpa, Grandma. I heard that Levi and Abigail are back. Russell jogged into the villa. Yes, they came back. Why? Confusion lined Meredith's features. Hey, Abigail. Wow, you're even prettier than the last time I saw you. After Russell gave Abigail a perfunctory greeting, he immediately cast his gaze around. "Where's Levi?" "You mean that Levi? He was just driven away by Grandma," Jonathan stated with displeasure. Thud. Russell staggered backwards, almost falling to the ground. His face was drained of color and as white as a sheet. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard before asking with mortification. Sprawled across his face, "What? Levi was driven out of the house. This." Russell felt his head spin. They actually drove away the god of war? Where in the world did they find the courage to do that? Why, oh why, didn't I arrive sooner? Yet. He talked back to Grandpa and Grandma. He was lucky he was only driven out. If it were up to me, I'd give him a good beating and teach him a lesson. Keen gritted out. What? Russell felt his blood pressure shoot up. He wants to teach who a lesson? What are his balls made out of? Steel? Let me go find Levi. Russell bolted out immediately after. Hey? What's up with Russell? Jonathan was perplexed, wondering why his son was acting so out of character. Yet, I noticed something off about Russell too. He's acting all strange when we mention Levi, as if Levi is some kind of powerful figure, Robert added in. The others were equally baffled as they nodded in agreement. The Protector Chapter 549. To everyone's surprise, Meredith laughed. You're all too emotionally driven. Russell is the opposite of that, and it's something none of you have the ability to understand. What do you mean, Grandma? Keen queried. Russell is a humble and polished man. He sets aside his emotions and treats everyone equally. So, even though Levi is a he still treats him as his family. His ability to remain rational in every situation is the reason for his success. Meredith admired Russell because of that. Yet, we can't compare to Russell in this aspect. There's a lot we need to learn from him. Everyone showered Russell with praises. Meanwhile, Abigail's shoulders slumped helplessly. It's because Russell knows Levi's true identity. If Russell knew about the situation here right now, he'd definitely laugh and say something along the lines of my ability to remain rational? He's the damn god of war, for heaven's sake. At the same time, Alfie came to personally pick Levi up from the Black family's residence. He always obeyed Levi without a single question or protest. Alfie was dressed in casual wear and drove an ordinary car. They were keeping an extremely low profile. Sir, the officials in South City are all keeping a low profile as per your command. Tonight, they wish to have you join them for a simple meal, and they promise that it won't be anything too over the top. Alfie reported in a low voice. Sure. I'll join them for dinner tonight, Levi replied. Then, Alfie drove Levi to the South War Zone first. Besides Zoe, the only place that felt like home to Levi was the military base. Meanwhile, Russell was combing through the whole of South City searching for Levi. Halfway through his search, he got a call from Meredith. Russell, I just received news that the Caesar family from Southampton has arrived. Could you please pick them up and arrange for them to stay at our tropical villa? All right, Grandma. Just leave it to me. After that, Russell quickly went to meet the Caesar family. They had 3 cars in total. A Rolls-Royce was trailing behind an ordinary car that was charged with clearing the path ahead, while a Toyota Alpha brought up the rear. An elderly man and a young man were seated in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. The elderly man had a head of white hair and was dressed in traditional clothing. People were often deceived by his age, but a closer glance showed that his eyes had a dangerous glint to them. The head of the Caesar family, Richard Caesar, was a fierce general in the army. During his early years, never showing mercy to those who crossed him. After stepping down, he remained untouchable in Southampton. He leaned on his cane, while beside him sat a fair-skinned young man with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He wasn't here for a vacation, though. He was here because he was Abigail's potential suitor, Timothy Caesar. Besides being the #1 bachelor heir in Southampton, he was also a member of the Southampton Prince gang. The purpose of his visit wasn't as simple as everyone thought. And his marriage proposal to Abigail was just a ruse. He wanted to take over South City through the Black family and make a huge fortune out of it. The Caesar family planned to invade South City and expand their power. All of them had ulterior motives. Just then, Richard explained to Timothy the matter of his marriage proposal to the Black family. "Yes, Grandpa. I understand. Women are only tools. I'll marry Abigail as you wish." A cold glint streaked across Timothy's eyes. Richard nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, you're right. After we establish our position in South City, you can deal with Abigail however you please." "Yes, Grandpa." The corners of Timothy's mouth lifted. What he had in mind was simple. He was going to use the marriage as a cover and treat Abigail as his plaything. Russell arrived soon to guide Richard and his entourage to Tropical Villa, letting them settle down there. A group of people arrived not long after Russell left. The Protector Chapter 550. These people were young and rich heirs, all of whom were from the most prominent families in South City. Melvin Jacobs, Silas Ferguson, Channing Jakeman, as well as Derek Davies, were all present. Their families had all actively participated in the recent battle of territories raging all over South City, reaping an abundance of benefits in the process. All of them were seeking powerful backers from Southampton. As soon as they caught wind that the Caesar family from Southampton was visiting, they rushed over to curry favor with them. When Richard saw how eager they were to please, he blandly said to Timothy, "Establishing a good relationship with South City's local families could be beneficial to us in the long run. Go ahead and see to our guests, Timothy." Timothy nodded. "I understand, Grandpa. Mr. Caesar, since this is your first time in South City, welcoming you is the least we could do." Melvin from the Jacobs family was the first to speak. No matter how much they flaunted their power in South City, they were nothing compared to Southampton's #1 heir. Adding on the fact that he was a member of the Southampton Prince gang, the entire southern region of the nation was aware of the amount of power he held. The Prince gang was an organization similar to a club formed by Southampton's most powerful heirs. Every member of the organization was either from a quasi-royal clan or a royal family. The Prince gang members were an untamed bunch who did as they pleased. They answered to no one. Besides frolicking, they created a reputation for themselves. No one would dare to mess with those who associated themselves with the Prince gang. The ultimate goal of the young heirs residing in South City was to replicate the Southampton Prince gang, and they did so by establishing a club of their own. Unfortunately, their club was too far behind the Prince gang in every aspect. Hence, they went green with envy upon meeting a member of the Southampton Prince gang. When Derek found out that a member of the Prince gang was arranged to be Abigail's betrothed, he almost wet his pants. Meanwhile, Timothy was busy enjoying being flattered by so many people, basking in their compliments. Just then, Derek approached Timothy and spoke under his breath, "Mr. Caesar, I have some bad news for you." Timothy's face showed displeasure as he inquired, "What is it?" "I met Abigail by coincidence yesterday. And she was sitting in a car with a man, and they seemed really intimate with each other. They look like a couple." Derek was a simple man. Since he couldn't have Abigail, he thought that he Might as well teach Levi a lesson. Upon hearing this information, Timothy's expression changed drastically. They weren't officially engaged yet, but to him, Abigail was already his. She was sitting in a car with another man? F that. Yet. That man had some mad driving skills too. Our sports cars couldn't even catch up with his Audi. Some of the others piped in. Timothy almost popped a vein after hearing that. His woman had been touched by another man. How could he not be infuriated? Who is he? Timothy asked in a frosty voice. I'm still investigating, Mr. Caesar. I'll let you know the moment I find out. Derek shuddered slightly from the insidious look on Timothy's face. At the same time, Melvin, Silas, and the rest tried to diffuse the tension. Let's put all of these upsetting matters aside for now, Mr. Caesar. We're here to celebrate your arrival. Plus, we've prepared a little something for you that we hope you'll enjoy. The men chuckled meaningfully. Of course Timothy knew what they had in mind. Women. What else? I'm bored of low-grade women, so I'll pass, Timothy coldly rejected. As a man of his status, all kinds of women threw themselves at him. Hear me out first, Mr. Caesar. I handpicked these girls from Northampton's Drama Academy. But most importantly, they're all virgins. Channing said with a chuckle. The crease between Timothy's brows slowly loosened. Indeed, Northampton's Drama Academy is known for its campus beauties. Timothy chuckled along.